besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Away, the tail light is well intact. All of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Hello. How are we? That was longer than I thought it was. I didn't think it was that long, that intro, but apologies if people don't like the intros, but I enjoy them, so that's all that matters. How are we today? I'm just trying to find a stream thingy here, but I have failed. But it's all good. Let me just put the timestamp in before I forget. 11:30. Because I can't multitask. I think that's right, yes. So yeah, how are we? Oh, Jonathan, you make me laugh. Hey, Christine, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Wayne, how are you, fella? Hope you're well, buddy. Hope you're well. Spacey Stacey, good morning, my darling. How are you? Just get this mic in place. Hope you're well, Stacey. Sassy bartender, hello, my darling. Hope you're well as well, my darling. Greg, fella, how are you? Dilly. Greg hates liars. Don't we all, Greggy? Hang on. I can't get it to stay, but that's all good. Ruka, how are you, Ruka? Ruka Shroom, good morning, friends. Good morning to you, Ruka. Hope you're well over there in Chicago land. Carol Draper, the Disney Queen, how are you, my darling? Good morning, El Chappy and El Chatty. Absolutely, good morning to you, my darling. Gitmo, I don't know how to say that. Gitmo, Holiday. Good morning, Sam. Hello. Oh, I forgot where. Are you Denmark? Oh, fuck. I don't remember where you're from. Where you from, Gitmo? Jonathan, hey, how you doing, fella? Long time no see. Long time no speak, Jonathan. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope the business is going well. Hope landscaping's doing well. Hope the weather's helping out. I hear voices are not a music montage now. How do you do? Maybe I need to cut it down a bit. Maybe. I don't know. Carol Draper, cheese and rice. Absolutely cheese and rice. Love it. I love it. It's raining here today, which means nobody can steal me to have to go work. Yay. Happy days. That means we got you today, have we? Have we got the Jonathan today? Sunny days. Good morning to you, my darling. Hello to the mods and chat. Hello, my darling. Robert, how are you, fella? Hope you're well. Amsterdam, there you go. Oh, why did I say Denmark? I don't know why. I don't know why I said that. Wade Dylan, what's the Coffin Shaggers latest about Giro's coming out? I've not looked at her. She's a waste of space. Coffin Daffer is. She's an absolute waste of space, waste of air. She is. I don't even. No one takes Coffin Daffer seriously anymore, which is unfortunate because she did used to do some good work with missing people, but she's lost all integrity. She has got zero integrity anymore. No even point watching her for her vile commentary. It's horrible. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't really want to see her commentary, Wayne. But yeah. Cousin Jill's in the house. How are you doing, Cousin Jill? Hope you're well, my darling. Hope you're good. And nice to see you, Jill. Hippie chick, how are we? In Indiana, how are we, my darling? Hope the shirt's going well. Oh, I've got my coffee. I need my coffee today. I do need my coffee today. I will be honest with you. Hope you're well, my darling. I tried to stay awake. Spacey Stacey's trying to stay awake at work. Got in at 4:30 a.m. I'm basically finished all my work. Now I'm bored. Fuck. I don't even know what if I should ask you what do you do at 4:30 a.m. What the hell? So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9:30 my time. Yeah, that's 9:30 a.m. my time. I was up by 7:30 my time, so that would have been 4, 5, 2:30 your time in the morning. I was up this morning. Whoa. Tracy, how are you, mofos? Morning, mofos. How are we? Hope you're well, my darling. Danielle, good morning, Dylan and El Chatty. Good morning to you, my darling. She works. She works. Howdy, Luby. How are we, Luby? Good day, mate. Good day, Sheila. How are we? How are we, my darling? Moon Goodness, good day. Hello, everyone. Hello to you, my darling. How are you? I love that name, Moon Goodness. I originally thought Paulita and Vinny was genuine till the Karen Reid case. He's biased. They all are biased, whichever way. Court TV and all that, they're all biased, to be fair. They're just, they're not great. Not great people. Not nice people. Whatever the clicks get you, that's what they will promote, unfortunately. And the other part of it is that I'm just going to throw out a number here, but 95% of all trials, they end up with the defendant or defendants being found guilty. So people like to be right. So most people will find a defendant guilty no matter what, because they want to be right. And that's not how justice works. But that's why they do it. Pieces of mofos. Deborah, how are you? Hope you're well, my darling. Good morning, afternoon, Dylan. Denise, how are you? Good morning, Dylan chat. Hello, Denise. How are you? Newbie says, Joe's jumping on before bed. Oh, good night. Good night, Shayla. To remind you to warm up your singing voice for my birthday tomorrow. Just remind me, Luby. You have to remind me. You'll have to remind me. But yeah, I will definitely sing you happy birthday. Everywhere is biased anymore. You're biased, Jonathan. You're biased. They're all showman fence sitters. Just go with the flow, they do. Let's go with the flow. They don't care about justice. I genuinely think that they don't care about justice. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think I would probably say that 80% of content creators don't care about justice. As long as they get clicks, they don't really care. That's a normal part of it. If you go and watch most content creators, they will always say that the defendant's guilty. They'll say they're fair and impartial, but most of the time they'll find the defendant guilty. So I always like to give everyone a chance, and then if they end up guilty, they end up guilty. But they should be found. The prosecution should always be found. The prosecution should always be made to work, in my opinion. No matter what, they should always be made to work. The reason I say that is because if people are genuinely guilty and they did something, and most of them did, don't get me wrong, most end up guilty and beyond a reasonable doubt, then I want them to have a fair trial, because then they can't appeal. If they don't have a fair trial, that opens the door for them to be able to appeal. So let's do it right one time. Like the Alec Baldwin trial, wherever you think of him, wherever, the prosecution did not do their jobs properly. So don't be mofos. Do your job, and if they are guilty, then let it be fair and transparent. Don't, because so many prosecutors nowadays hide things and lie, and I just hate that. I hate it. It really grinds my gears. That does. Do you know what? Hang on, I got you done yet. The Boston Herald has a quiz about the KR case. Some of the questions are hysterical. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Hi Dylan. Hey Jill, how are you? I'm late. Got in the real pickle with a flipping parcel's been delivered. Can't remember what I ordered. That sometimes is the best way. Just order it and don't remember. Worst sellouts for a check. I present my biases as necessary. I know, Jonathan. I missed you, dude. I missed you. Luckily, fix. Do you know what? Lucky, Lil G is not here because I did try and fix this the other day, but it wouldn't. Oh, that's close enough. That's the closest we get. Lil G nearly had a panic attack when I was trying to fix it. It's because the cup, the mug is heavier that side. That's why I got OCD as well. So I got you. But when I was trying to fix it, Lil G was got having a absolute meltdown in chat. So, the prosecution did seem pretty lackluster for what they had and how they argued it. Yeah, I mean, but we see it all the time, though, Jonathan. You know, I mean, we see. Look, we got Lally putting inverted videos into the case, into the trial. Like, how dodgy is that? And not even telling the jury about it. Just letting there's so much corruptions in the prosecutors or Commonwealth's offices. They just want to win. Lally should be ashamed of himself. He just wants to win. Gravely should be ashamed of himself about Zachariah. They just want to win. They don't give a fuck about anything. So it'll be interesting when we do the Ashley Benefield, trial now. And you know, I'm hoping to see good lawyering between both sides. Hopefully, you know, there's nothing worse than having a corrupt. This is why the prosecutor, the one that stepped down in Alec Baldwin, don't underestimate her. She walked away from it because she, as she said, she thought the Commonwealth should have just said we're dropping all charges instead of doing the facade of the judge having made a decision. That's a great attorney. That's what every prosecutor should be like. That's why they should be all going. Lally, for instance, should have halfway through the trial should have gone, oh fuck. Yeah, we ballsed up. Nah, Your Honor, drop all charges against against Karen. But you know, don't worry, I got you, girls. I got you, Sassy. I got OCD as well. Don't worry. Come when summer is over, I'm much less busy. At least after I do full clean out, bed installs, there will be a couple of weeks push them both. There you go, Jonathan. Keep you busy. Keep you out of trouble as well. I just noticed you have your new mic setup. Yes, so it's the same mic. I just got another one now, and the same boom. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say, wayo, wayo. Boom, boom, boom. So it's boom-tastic. Very fantastic. It's here. I try not to touch it. I hope the audio's good. I've not checked it, so I hope it's okay. I'll never forget mufflers on a stand. This is what I mean. You're so random. I haven't got a clue what you're on about. Well, seeing as I'm flustered, what are we discussing today? Having brief for Ashley Benefield. She's got a pre-trial today at 9 o'clock Eastern. So Ashley Benefield is the Black Swan trial. She's accused of killing her husband. She did shoot her husband. There's no pew. There's no doubt she did it. She admits it. It's whether it was self-defense or not. So today is the last pre-trial until Monday the trial begins. So on Monday, I believe is probably jury selection. So I'm not sure if they're going to start opening statements on Monday or not. But technically, the trial starts Monday. But yeah, today is just pre-trial. All the decisions they got to make is made today. It should be a full-on day, I think, depending on what the judge rules on and stuff. So I do know one of the rulings is that the defense attorney is 70 plus years old, and he's requesting that a paralegal is sat on the front bench with him and Ashley, just so that the paralegal can help out, organize paperwork, organize the exhibits and stuff like that to help him out because he gets tired. And the Commonwealth have rejected that. So the judge needs to rule on that today to see if he's allowed it or not, because he's admitted he's been like, I can't do this on my own. I need somebody with me. So we'll see if they allow it. Trying to join, but when I press continue to verify it's me, it's just a blank page. Mate, any ideas? I think Jonathan answered you, I think. I'll leave it to Jonathan. I don't know, mate, if I'm being honest. Jonathan knows. I'll leave it to Jonathan. There's so many. We could go through trials. Carragher, I even think they should be ashamed. Inverted video and Bev just glossed over it. No one is being held accountable. They're untouchable. Mofos, all of them. I just answered that, Greg. Hopefully you answered your question. I didn't watch any of the pre-trial hearings prior to the case. They'll tell me play one last night on his live. I was appalled at the amount of evidence Anti-Bev did not admit. Oh, yeah. And they're going to go through it all again starting Monday. Sounds like a connection issue. There you go. It's been a handful of prosecutors that need to get the boot. Monty. It's a Monty quote. Hey, beautiful and appropriate. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling okay, my darling. Hit the like button until he says, yes, please. How many likes have we got? 33. Okay, that's not bad. We've got 35 people here. Not many people here today, but it's all good. Because it's not about justice, it's about winning. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it is. Did you hear the call for the... Did you hear... I've heard it before, yes. Yes. That's a lot. Will you get my notepad and pen ready if this is new trial? About Black Swan, yes, it is. But the trial starts Monday, but today's all pre-trial stuff today. All pre-trial. So that depends on the trial, but we typically have locals come for most of the trials and uncovers. We do. Where's she asked that? I don't think I'm on live. We normally cover, Jonathan, trials are known as covers. That's why we get loads of locals coming. But this one is going to be more. I don't think there's many locals going to be watching this one with us, I think. Not today, but I have, yeah. Will Sean be joining us Monday? He'll be joining for the Karen Reid portion, yes. Unless something happens. But yeah, he should be here, yes. I don't know anything about this young lady, so I'll be interested to see what comes out today and how it sways me. Well, there you go. Well, hey, Moon goodness, the best thing is on Monday when the trial starts, going in with a just open mind. She's innocent unless proven guilty, so it'll be interesting. But there is no like, was she the shooter? Bob, she shot him. It's where there's self-defense. That's all it is. Hello, Christine. Hello, my darling. Not a great day. Oh no, sorry. Just woke up. Chronic fatigue is a bit. Oh no, I get fatigued as well. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's shit. Yeah, no medical advice. This is also true, Dylan. I don't know what is true now. Yo, Huckster's in the house. Hugs to you, beautiful. I have lupus and get the fatigue sometimes. I get fatigue a lot. Now it's a party. Erin Hack's in the house. Hit it like mofos. Hit the like mofos. Erin Hack is here, so everyone behave. Erin Hack is in the house. Put your hands up in the air. Hackster's in the air. Never heard of it, Jonathan. I look it up. Yeah, but you got to remember though, they call stuff differently on their side than what we do on our side. I'd never heard of that either. A shit ton all the time after TBI, and I started sleeping 5 hours a night, fully refreshed, and no naps anymore unless I work in the heat that day. Hey. Right, so let me just check, because this is going 9 o'clock Eastern. This is going live. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, all right. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, boom, 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 boom. Hey. Good morning to you, Joyce. How are you, my darling? There she is, the Lady Law herself. How are we doing, my darling? How are you, Lady Law? On the way to work, I imagine, right now? On the way to the office? Or you might be in the office by now. So, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. Heck, if it helps a little bit, even I'm elated to share it. Crime Junkie, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well as well. Good morning, friends. Good morning to you, my darling. Late for work, lol. You know what you have to do? Unbutton that top bit and just go to your boss and be like, "Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm late." You know how to play the game, Lady Law. Show a little bit, dangle it about. It's all good. Hope you're well, though, my darling. Did you see the BlackRock ad with the 20 years? Yeah, I saw that one. See that? Watched RNC last night on Mighty's channel. I said if Dylan were here, he'd be singing along to the band on stage. Mighty Beat said, yeah, but the words would be wrong, wrong, and every song to the Christmas song. It would. I don't know words. I don't know why. I don't know words. Lady Law, you know the score, Lady Law. Flaunt it, girl. You go, girl. Oh, look at you guys. On that note, hang on. Where's it gone? That's funny, though. That is funny. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Well, I can't find there's no link up yet anyway, so there's no link up yet. I need to do a breaking news episode entirely in Spanish. Sí, grazie, sí. Are you live streaming the pre-trial for today? Yes, I am, Christine. If it's on. Yeah, it should be on. Yeah, I will be, yes. Are you? Yes. I've been dealing with it since I was a teenager, and thank you, Pichek. There you go. Yes, I saw something about that. Yeah, what was it last night? Oh, no, I'm not going into his politics. I'm not going into politics. Crazy, we'll see where it goes. Right, not going into that. Good morning, Life Artist. How are you? Look at the dog. I love that picture with the dog on it. Love the dogs. Aaron Hack, if it's there were definitely some Uber sus influences. Jeepers creepers. Si Garcias, grazie. Oh, is it? Si grazie. Si gracias. Oh, gracias. Si gracias. Grazie is Italian. Thank you so much, Josie G. Si gracias. Gracias. Si gracias. Si gracias. Si gracias. Si. Gracias. Si. Sai. Gracias. Gracias, Josie. Gracias. There you go. It might be. It might be. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know. I love it when you sing Backstreet Boys on my jam. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Da 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 da. I can't sing it. I don't know the words. So sad in Hack and Jonathan. Gracias. I know Chappie. I'm trying to sidetrack Jonathan on the down low. I know. He's a nightmare. He's a worse for it. You're welcome. Thank you, my darling. That's what I say, Josie. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. See? I'm fucking fluent in Spanish. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Eldon, how are you? I know Sean says that. Sean says, I know. Sean says he's helping you out, Eldon. Hope you're well, my friend. They make these parcels like Fort Knox to get them rusty with gaffer tape, cardboard and bubble wrap. I think it's time to get a cup of Tetley. What do you reckon? Yeah, go get your Tetley. Tetley tea. I got my coffee, I have. I had it. No, I've not had tea today, actually. Until we derail each other on it. Wasn't sure if you heard. I emailed it to you. What's that? What have you emailed to me now? I'll check now. Hello, Care. Hope you're well, my darling. Life artist. So, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Gracias. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Josie, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, Josie? Look at me. Angel Fire, good morning to you. I just heard that song last night. Everybody, yeah. Oh, now you put in grab your body, yeah. Everybody, back streets back around. Bam, 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 bam. See, I think the word's a bit wrong there, but I got you. Laughed my ass off. The best thing I ever did was quit drinking for being wild on streams. I used to be a wild child. You still are. How do I join for YouTube on my Note 9? Right, Notebook 9, Jonathan. Go to work, Jonathan. Question for you, Jonathan, from Wayne. How do I join YouTube on my Note 9, please, Jonathan? There you go, Denise. Chappie, do you know songs by the band Journey? Band was singing last night. Said you wouldn't know the word. No, I'd never heard Journey. Hang on. Journey. Right, hang on. Is it a band? Journey. Or is it Don't Stop Believing? Da, 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 don't stop. That one. Is that the one? I think if that's the one, I know it. Hang on. Oh, let me just check this then. I need to. Oh, I don't know, but I know the chorus. Then I know the chorus. Shall we say that? Very good. No accent. Bien, gracias. Why two? How's Sean? Haven't seen or heard of him today. He's fine. We're supposed to do a stream this week at some point on his channel. Then he's going to be here Monday for the Karen Reed stuff. But he's fine, I believe. I'm not spoken to him this week. We messaged each other on Sunday, Sunday. I got a couple of PG tips. There you go. We're streaming the pre-trial stuff for. This is thank you for reminding me because I was looking for a stream. We're doing the pre-trial for Ashley Benefield today. Let me just find it. Here we go. I got it. I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Ha ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da ba ba. Something in your car. Oh. Wayne, click the X to get out of chat, and amongst the like buttons, there you go, John. Yes, open arms. Let me. Oh, hang on. Let me look here now. 2 seconds. Let me mute this for a second. Just a small town girl living in a little world. I don't know the words to this song. Don't stop believing. Da 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 da. Don't stop. Bam 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 bam. Now I know that's not it, but it's something similar to that, isn't it? The British Romans are gracias, and the Brits answered, "Kick your ass." Yes, them. You got it. You got it. Yeah, baby, we got it. Just don't turn it to Jingle Bells and you're all good. Don't stop. But yes, don't stop believing too. Hi, everyone. Hey, Sally, how are you, the fam? Hope you're well. Hey, Lucy, how are you doing, my darling? Jingle bells, Erin smells, Hackster flew away. Da 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 da, Hardy's with her on a Easter day. Hey, Y is pronounced E. Okay, I need to practice. There you go. I got it. I got it. On a midnight train going anywhere. Took a midnight train going anywhere. Yes, I can, Kate. I can. So this is pre-trial. So I covered some bits already, but basically she's a ballerina. She was, I'm not sure what her age was, but basically she married this guy after only knowing him for a few weeks or something. They got married, and then obviously didn't work out or wasn't working out. They tried to do ballerina schools together, this, that, and the other. Essentially, what happened then was, which a lot of it you're going to get in the case anyway, but she shot him and killed him. She's saying it was a self-defense, where the prosecution are saying, it was intentional. So that's going to be the arguments that we hear on Monday for the trial. But that's essentially it. This one here, Ashley Benefield, is alleged. Well, it's not alleged. She did shoot him, but whether it was self-defense or not, that's going to be the question. Pew pew and that, because his back was toward. Anyway, I won't spoil lots of the details, but that's essentially it. I think it's second-degree murder she's up for. So, but the trial itself starts Monday. This is pre-trial conference today. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Do 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 do. Don't stop believing. I'm so disappointed in you. Sorry, Lady Law, but I tried. Erin, Carol. Now Bananarama Venus Cha knows what Cha is doing. Cha knows all. I need you to study all the best of Journey songs now. I freaking love you guys. Yeah, I did it. Good call. Right, back to normal. Dylan, while we are waiting on, can you play the tow truck call? I said it to you. Oh, shit. Hang on. Hang on. You see, this is the problem with me. I just start doing other stuff. Ba, ba. Oh, I didn't know that was you. Ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Right, I will do it in a second once I get it up. Their business was here in South Carolina. There you go, Josie. There you go. Did it come up by join, please? No, Dwayne, I don't believe so. Nope. It's all good, fella. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't. Don't you worry. Be happy. Beady, beady, beep, 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 beady. Right, hang on. Let me. Oh, yeah, this is one. Yeah, I've seen this one. I'll put it there for a second. Let me just go through chat for a second. Happy days. I got it. Smashed it. Happy days. If this is trying, then I'm Batman. The intro song, and then has nothing on you. He's got nothing on me anyway, Erin. Good morning, Donna Graves. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Now I don't know what the fuck is happening. It's all chat's fault. It's all chat's fault. Hey, we do Ron. We do Ron. Hey, Ronnie, how we doing, my darling? Hey, Rebecca. How we doing, my darling? I'll play it now. Dolly, good morning. That's what she said. Hey, Josie, how we doing, my darling? Hey, now we restore chat now. Josie's here, so we restore chat to normal. I had to change babe back for work emails. Ah, okay. I'm with you. Dance, I had Bananarama on a flight, and when fourth member, they said, come along to rehearsal. It was memorable. He sounds a bit like Pavarotti. Morning, Josie. We talked chappy about the journey this morning. Oops. Jolene. Ba 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 da, ba 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 ba. Good morning, Rebecca. Good morning to you. Right, let me play this then. Let me take that down. This is the Totuk try. I was going to say, I'm not Pavarotti, that's for sure. Share screen. Right. This is just a call. I'm begging on you, please don't take my man. I don't know that one.
I found out later about it. I saw it on the news.
Well, state policeman says.
This is tow truck driver speaking here.
They told this car, the Diamond Towing, told this car, you want their business, but you're going to take it. They state policeman, what are they going to do, arrest you after they tell you? You take it. You're getting paid, right?
Yeah, I told it right to the police station, though. I didn't tow it to my shop or nothing.
No.
From that house right to Canton, and they were with me the whole time.
Nice. Wow. But no damage on the car.
I think there's more to that story than what they're saying, because I don't see how they're saying what, she backed into him or something?
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, but and even if she did, would the window, the back brake mirror break? Probably not.
I didn't see no damage on it.
No, you guys inspect them like rent-a-car companies. You guys.
If there was any damage on that car, they would have took pictures of that car in the driveway before anything.
Amen. Yeah. Hey, right? This is great.
If you go to any kind of scene and there's a car there that's got damage, they should be able to put those pictures of that car in her mother's driveway with the snow on the ground, because it was snowing like hell that day.
Yeah.
They should have pictures of that.
I'm glad you're on my show.
I personally didn't see no damage on that car.
No, but Manny calls you, hey, grab a car from the auction. You look around, see what it's got on it. That way when Manny yells at you and says, hey, you got a dent, what do you tell him?
I had already had the dent. If it had a lot of dent,
hey, you would have a picture of that dent, wouldn't you?
Right.
If you saw a dent on a car you were towing, you would not take a picture?
What's that?
If you would call to tow a car, you would, if you saw a dent or any damage, you would take a picture, right?
Me to tow it, and they were there. I didn't know anything about the case or anything, and then I found out later about it. I saw it on the news.
Well, state policeman says, hey, tow this car, the Diamond Towing, tow this car, you want their business, but you're going to take it. They state policeman, what are they going to do, arrest you after they tell you? You take it. You're getting paid, right?
Yeah, I told it right to the police station, though. I didn't tell it to my shop or nothing. It
No.
went from that house right to Canton, and they were with me the whole time.
Nice. Wow. But no damage on the
I
car.
think there's more to that story than what they're saying, because I don't see how they're saying what, she backed into him or something?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, you know. But and even if she did, would the window, the back brake mirror break? Probably not.
I didn't see no damage on it.
No, you guys inspect them like rent-a-car companies. You guys.
If there was any damage on that car, they would have took pictures of that car in the driveway before anything.
Amen. Yeah. Hey,
Right?
this is great.
If you
Yeah.
go to any kind of scene and there's a car there that's got damage, they should be able to put those pictures of that car in her mother's driveway with the snow on the ground, because it was snowing like hell that day.
Yeah.
They should have pictures of that.
I'm glad.
And if they don't,
Glad you're on my show.
I personally didn't see no damage on that back car.
No, but Manny calls you, hey, grab a car from the auction. You look around, see what it's got on it. That way, when Manny yells at you and says, hey, you got a dent, what do you tell him?
Hey, I had already had the dent. If it had a lot of dent,
Hey, you would have a picture of that dent, wouldn't you?
Right.
If you saw a dent on a car you were towing, you would not take a picture?
What's that?
If you was called to tow a car, you would, if you saw a dent or any damage, you would take a picture, right?
Me to tow it, and they were there. I didn't know me to tow.
There you go. That's it. I'd heard it before, but yeah, that's the total trial. I'm not sure who you're speaking to though, Denise. I don't know. Hey Wayne, congratulations, Wayne. You became a Paddington member. Welcome, Wayne. Nice to see you, buddy, for that. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Medallion. Right. Let's try something different here. We got present. Where's it gone? There you go, ballerina trial there. Right, let me try it. I'm going to try and sing a song then, right? Because why not? It's the morning. I just need to put this somewhere. Oh, let me try it. So this is Journey, yeah? I think I've learned the words. I've got the words here, so I'm going to sing it. Because why not? It's a Tuesday morning. So let's take a sip, and then if it's out of tune, tough shit. But I'm trying. So then Mighty Me can't say anything then. So here we go. This is Journey. Is this a band called Journey, or is this a song band, I think? Right. Boom. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in house. Don't know that word. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. See? Singing in a smoky room. Sing, smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. Go on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting. Up and down the boulevard, shadows searching in the night. No, they changed the words. What they did was they changed the words because it's doing it in Houston, so that's cheating. because it makes sense to say South Detroit, but in this song they do it as Houston, which didn't make sense to me. So I learned that. I will learn that. I will learn that. I don't like that. Ba, 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 ba. So hey Joyce, Joe Perry is the lead singer of Journey. Oh, there you go. But I'm from Detroit. Okay, that makes sense. But what? Yeah, okay. Mama Buck. Hello, Mama Buck. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, Crystal. This trial is where I live, Florida. I'm so glad you're covering it. Manatee County, Florida. I may attend some days of the trial. Oh, there you go, Crystal. Happy days. This judge, he does look good. This judge does look good, to be fair. This is my era, Joyce. There you go. South Detroit. Yeah, they said Houston on the notes I just had there, which made no sense. It threw me. It threw me. Oh, cheapers, creepers. Gaffer tape, wrong colour. Oh no, Jill, that's not good. In Bradenton, and I'm down there all the time, so I'm very interested as well. That's that video. Rebecca, born and raised, doing wonderful. Thank you. Hope you do well. I'm very well, thank you, my darling. Can someone bring me up to date on this case, please? Basically, this is just a pre-trial today, Mama Buck. So the trial doesn't start on Monday. Monday, so good to me. So Monday we start. So everything today is just in preparation. All the decisions, all the hearings the judge has had, it leads into today, and then I believe the jury is chosen on Monday, and we start trial on. So hopefully the jury is seated Monday morning. We start at some point in the afternoon, hopefully. But essentially, just for people that don't know about the backstory, ballerina Ashley Benefield, who is in the picture right there, she shot and killed her husband. They got married very quickly, and after a few days of knowing each other, and there was a 30-year age gap between them. And then essentially, there's no denying she shot him. That's not for debate. She did, but what she's saying is that she did it in self-defense. So that's going to be the argument, whether it's like self-defense or not, basically. So start singing it next time you see Mighty Meeting chat. I will have to. Why not do it today? But I'll have to. Hey, Spider Girl, hope you're well, my darling. Can't read here as well on Monday. Yeah, so can't read on Monday. So again, on Monday, what I'm doing is I'm going to be covering this, and then 3 different streams on Monday. This at the morning, if it's on, then we're stopping the stream, going to another stream where me and Sean will be doing Karen Read together. So there'll be that. Then whatever time that finishes, it won't be long. So whatever time that finishes, we stop that and we go into the afternoon. We might be a little bit late for the afternoon session of Ashley Benefield, but I'll play it all. We won't miss anything. We'll play it all. We might be a little bit behind. That's all. But yeah, there'll be 3 streams on Monday, so I will definitely be streaming Karen Read. So it'll just be in a different stream. That's all. Back in the day when I tipped a few more back, I was a karaoke queen. I can imagine. Why the hell didn't he testify at trial? Who's that? Sorry, Greg. I'm lost. I don't know who that is. Good morning from Florida. Hey, Julie. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Welcome. I don't know what it's about drinking and karaoke, but if you stop one, you stop the other. Looking forward to Monday. Yeah, it should be good. As I say, to these, it might not be a full day Monday because they're going to choose a jury, but definitely they'll be in full swing by Tuesday. on that, but it'll be a long day on Monday with Karen and everything. So yeah, I think Karen's hearing is going to be very short. I don't think it's going to be long. Watch Bev's like 10 minutes tops type of thing. Yeah, welcome back anytime, Mama Buck. Stay with us. We're watching the pre-trial today. The chat's very friendly. It's not like, bitchy or anything like that. It's very nice. We've got good bonds here. I've been making Grandella Smith a towel, my bitch, for the last few days. Fact checking everything, making him fix his dumb poo. He's an idiot. He blocked me, so I can't see his tweets, thankfully. He's an idiot, though. Yes, Jonathan, kind of like cigarettes. It all goes together like cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. The tuk-tuk driver, the defense had him. Oh, sorry, Denise. Yeah, I'm with you. They will next time, definitely. Oh, you have a wonderful chat. Been here before, just as quiet. Oh, there you go. I'm glad you started speaking. It's nice to get people talking in chat. That's half the battle, is getting people to talk. Once they talk, then it's good. I enjoy meeting new people. So if you're here and you haven't said hello, just say hello. Oh, right, hang on. Hang on. Don't stop believing. Did you see Karen put a house on the market? No, I didn't see that. Oh, no, that isn't good. No, I didn't know that. Right. They just died. I'm just gonna. They got other cases as well on the same time. So.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know you've seen my motion. It's pretty similar to the one that I argued just a few weeks back regarding the subpoena on Judge Moreland. It's a little bit different, but only as to the fact that Ms. Mechanic was a judicial assistant, not a judge. And since I know you read my motion, I'm not going to beat it up, but I do want to say that I believe, without getting into something confidential, Mr. Taylor would like to keep that way for the moment, that what he's looking for, I think he could get it other ways. I think he has other avenues to get what he's looking for, possibly through a public records request, which as of this morning has not been lodged with our public information officer. Also, I have concern that, bringing a judicial assistant in here just opens the doors to the confidential communications between judges and their assistants. And that's just not something that can be subpoenaed. I'm worried about setting a precedent, Your Honor, and we'll address the rest of it after Mr. Taylor has given you his argument.
Okay. All right, if that's it, then you want to go in camera at this point? All right. So can you, Madam Porter, I think it would be just easier to go in this first jury room. Did Deputy Racky already step out? Oh, he stepped out for a moment. Okay.
Judge, in the meantime, while we're waiting, is there anyone waiting in Zoom?
I didn't start it. Nobody asked me.
Okay. I don't know if my secretary normally handles that, so I don't know if there's anybody trying to log on. So
I don't either. Are you asking me to start Zoom?
Yes, can you please?
Yeah, it's weird for me as well. I'm just going to check to see if I can find something else. Yeah, it's pre-trial, yes. Yeah, next time, Greg.
Honestly, it's better practice just wait until he gets back. Sure, fair enough. I figured. Of course. But you guys may have suggestions about how it's better to be handled. I understand. Well, while I'm reading on that, I went over this list. Was there anything that I missed that we need to cover today? Anything additional? So, Your Honor. Is that everything you have on your list, Ms. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Hello, Amy. Yeah, it's the court. It is. The court's audio is not great. I think it's a judge more than anything. I'll try and find another stream. There's no other streams at the minute for it, so we'll see. Hello, Bella. It was Denise Gardner, I think, probably. But yeah, welcome, Bella. Yeah, she's Amy. Yes, I'll try and find something. Hey, Lisa Louise. Hello to you, my darling. You do your chores. Yeah, it's them. It is. It's them, people. So don't worry. Make sure you hit the like. Yeah, I'm trying to find another stream. It's not me. It's definitely not me, people. So don't worry. It's them. It is.
Floyd, please.
Jack. I consider Mr. O'Keefe to be an essential party.
No, you can handle this.
All right. For the record, I requested him to attend the court.
The court reporter's not here. You put it on that. All right, State.
Yes.
It's not a huge room, so one of you needs to go.
Okay.
Just one.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I apologize.
I was like,
You're exactly right. Never mind.
okay.
I'm so used to both parties having to be present. for
That's
the
better. That's better. Michael Dawson was like, "You'll always be Amy." Yeah, I'll always call you Amy. I don't know, Amy in Boston. It's the same when everyone keeps changing their names. I always get lost, but your one I'll never get lost on because it's just Amy in Boston. So they're just going in the back for a second. I don't know why they're going in the back, but once I do that, I'll try and find another stream just as a backup. Da, 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 da. Boom, 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 South Detroit. Da, 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 da. Bum, bum, bum. Mighty meat. Mighty meat's gonna hate me, changing all the words to the song. Boom, 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 boom. Ashley Benefield. Ba 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 ba. Okay. No. Only law and crime buggers. I love it. Yeah, baby, I love it. Hello, Lily. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well there. Evil all live. Hope the trials. Yeah, it will be. Do you know what's happened is they just had some distorted. I think they fixed it just as the judge left. So I do think they fixed it. Evil Olive, just and there's also I will try and find the other channel that streams it, but today this is the only one. But no, it's always been on point. It's always been good audio. So this morning must be. They'll fix it. They'll fix it. Good morning to you, always lady. I thought I was always lazy. Always a lady. Oh. Ballerina hearing is going on to so many. Ballerina hearing is going on to. This is the ballerina hearing, Denise. This is the ballerina hearing. Is it? Yes. Oh, fuck, now I'm confused, Denise. Don't stop believing. That song's in my fucking head now. Da-da-da-da-da. So this is a paralegal. And the defense want him to stay on the desk like that. But paralegals don't normally stay on desks. I confused myself. You confused me. She's a lady. Oh, whoa, whoa, she's a lady. Well, that song was not about you, Erin Hack, that's for sure. She's a lady. Woo. Oh, whoa, whoa, she's a lady. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Shut it, chappy. Bow, bow, wow, 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 wow. Let's go, girls. Da, da, da. Right, come on. What are they doing? I'm not sure what they're doing now. I don't like it. But it's okay. It's all good. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully, Lisa Louise, because hopefully that'll be quite good if it is. I'm sure we can get a link from somewhere. Mr. Hack says otherwise. Yeah, Erin, Mr. Hack knows better than to say otherwise. So, otherwise, he knows he's going to get that in his ear all night if he says otherwise. Fun. I've sat at table 3 times in my career, but it was years ago. I've had to be behind them in the pews more recently. Yeah. Well, so the story on this one is that guy's a paralegal, but there's a motion being put in. They're going to be discussing this morning that the Commonwealth are against him sitting at the bench. They want him back in the pews. They don't want him at the front bench. The defense want him there because the attorney is quite old. He's in his 70s, and it's like he gets tired as the day goes on. So they want the paralegal to be there to help with the exhibits and help with various other things. So I don't think the judge has ruled on that yet, but that's one of the motions he needs to rule on, whether he's going to allow the paralegal to sit there or not. So, yeah, I want to see that as well. If it's on and we got a link, I'll stream it. But my hands are full of dish soap. I'll try to DM you info once I'm done. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. No rush at all. As long as I got a link for Thursday, I'll stream it. I'm sure everyone will be streaming it anyway, but I'll definitely be streaming it. Erin, we all love you, Erin Hack. I for sure could feel for your husband. Oh. Instant at the table once. I sat at the table once. It was a wow experience. I can imagine it would be an experience. Yes, I imagine that. Be good. Oh, excuse me. Hang on. No, don't want that one. Just looking for stuff. What's it called there? So, just so people know, the judge is in the back with a few of the people. That's why. Okay. Got it live, ready. Yeah, he'll definitely have it. I'll just stream off his if I don't get a stream link. Do you know what I mean? Mike won't mind. There you go, Lisa. But if you got anything, happy days. Damn autocorrect. It's all good. I just deciphered what you were trying to say. I saved you, Denise. Stop that yawning, lol. Still waking up here, and now you got me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a long morning for me. What 5 hours? I'm 5 hours ahead of most of you. 8 hours ahead of some of you, but 5 normally most of you. I've had 3 cups. Yeah, I can imagine. I started saving for 3 civil trials and 1 criminal. Forgot about 1. Had to sit beside the accused. Oof. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Coffee makes me go doo-doo. Rebecca, did you kick him? From the East Coast, 5 hours ahead. I'm 5 hours ahead from East Coast. Oh, I wanted to. He was dumb as a box of rocks. How did she let you murder her hubby? Bam Bam shot him. Shot him, I believe, a couple of times in the back. So there you go. Greg hates. No worries, always a lady. No worries. I hate waiting. Ugh. Don't yawn. I'm going to try and eat my yawns. Mama Buck won't be happy. Mama Buck from Ohio will not be happy. Yes, claiming yes. So we'll go into it as in the trial. Let the trial play out. You know, we'll see the evidence as we say. I watched the pre-trial stuff, and he was, I believe, walking away. But let's see the evidence as it comes in. So, and this is why I shouldn't have said anything, because now everyone's going, it's not self-defense. That's what I thought. But let her have her day. She's entitled to her day. It'd be interesting to see how she does do this. This a Kramer Pasha. I don't believe so, K-Pick. And hello, K-Pick. How are we doing? How are you doing? Yeah, look, it's. I'm interested to see how they do this, because if she did shoot him in the back, it's going to be interesting to see how they spin it. You know, as in what's the defense for that. So, yes, Rebecca, have a great story about this guy. This jury came out with a question: can the judge decide on mercy or not? He didn't stand We were like, well, yeah. 30 years difference. Yeah, 30 years between them. I know that they had several businesses, failed businesses and stuff like that as well. They got married after like something like 14 days or something ridiculous anyway. So there's a lot of stuff here that we'll hear. Oh my God. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. This is why I like, in some ways, I like to go into trials not knowing too much, because I don't want to judge them. A guy he thought would be good on jury came out staring him down when they gave the no mercy verdict. I can imagine. After her defense, should be better to understand everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Look, she's entitled to, at the minute, Ashley Benefield is innocent unless proven guilty. So we'll hear what the hearings are going to be today. A lot of these motions, I can't remember if it's been a while. Is this the one where he shot at her and as she shot back, he turned to run? I don't know. I don't remember that. I don't know. I don't remember. This is why we'll wait for the evidence to go in, because I don't remember. You might be right. You might be right. You could be right. I've got my thermal coffee. I've got my water. I've got my coffee. Other coffee. No, we've not spoken about it. It's like I just remember a year ago doing the pre-trial stuff, and I remember she shot him in the back, but I don't remember if he did shoot her. You could be very well right here. I don't remember what they are waiting for. They're in the back with a judge about something. I'm not sure what, but they'll be here now, Christine. It's all good. Patience, Christine. It's all good, my darling. It's all good, my darling. Mine is taking obnoxiously long to brew. Well, you won't dehydrate. We're happy about that. Yeah, or hopefully not sleep. This is a savior. It's because he's speaking so much. Do you know what I mean? Normally we should be starting now. It's 23 minutes past. And still no court. Need to learn some songs, don't I? Don't stop believing. Da, 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 I'm gonna make something up about that song just to piss Mighty Meat off. Good morning, Ape. Hello, mods and all. Hello, chat. Hope you're all well. Just arrived. When did this trial start? Any tips on what's going on? No tips, Ape. This is pre-trial. The judge and the defendant and the defense attorney is in the back room in the chambers. We're just waiting for them to arise. But the trial starts on Monday, Ape. So, yeah. So on Monday, I'll be covering this trial and the Karen Reid hearing as well. But I think I'll be doing different streams on them. Unless I just do it all in one stream. I don't know. I need to think about it. I don't want to confuse people. We'll see. Good morning, Rhode Island. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, my darling. Just went outside to watch you, and it's too flipping hot already. I may just bring you all in the pool. Happy days. Take us to the pool, Denise. Let's get wet. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Woo! Swing it around. You know the score. Let's do it. Erin Hack. Mama Buck, do you watch Sean Martin, Pleasure Criminal from Ohio? Greg Hakes never turn your back on a lady with a gun, or just do what a lady tells you to do. That's what I've learned over the years. When I miss pass, Claudia haven't. No, you miss sweet FA8. Missed nothing, man. You've missed literally nothing. Yeah, we're just waiting. I'm trying to sing and trying to people put your requests in. No, I didn't. Might have to check him out. Yeah, Sean's really good. Sean's good. Potential criminals. A nice guy. Denise, you love it. Erin, morning, you hardworking mod. She is. They're all hardworking. All the mods are lovely. Lovely might not be the word you choose, but they're all hardworking. We're trying to just get him to run for Senate now that JD Vance will be a little busy. Oh, yeah. Good morning to you, Baxi Jura. How are we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. We're just waiting for the judge and defense attorney and Ashley herself to come out of chambers. They got in for a threesome or some, not threesome, three-way chili thingy. Is that what they call it? Three-way chili in Cincinnati. Wild, thank you. Don't give her a big head. Hello, EW. Love the dog. From Omaha, Nebraska. That's Nebraska, isn't it? So, hello to you from the corn country. What is the next great double act with Sean? We Monday on this channel for the Karen Reed one, but we might be doing one on his channel this week. I'm not sure yet. I'm just waiting to hear from him. Wayne, but yeah, definitely Monday he will be on this channel for the Karen Reed hearing. Hello, Kathleen, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Nice to see you, Kathleen, as always. It's going to lose a... Oh, Christ, what you... Larry, thanks for the videos this morning, Larry. Thank you for the videos, sir. That was very, very good. I did make me chuckle. We'll have to try and get you one. I'm not sure what I'm planning the rest of the week, so I'll have to try and get you on a call to come back on. There won't be seeing any peace and quiet right now. No, New England, it's because New England is Massachusetts. Well, I can't complain given the options we were told. Hello, Kathleen, hope you're well. Nebraska, there you go. Matt Rule country. Matt Rule and Will Compton, two famous from Nebraska. Fletcher Criminal is a criminal defense attorney just outside of Cleveland. Check him out sometime. Jonathan and I are always in chat there too, yes. Yes. He's been on this channel a few times now. His chat is a tad more savage. His chat is savage. So yeah, you have to be careful. Genty, hello, my darling. How are you? I wanted to drop in and say hello and I hope you're well. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. Well, come back, visit anytime you want. Anytime you want, Jen. Always nice to see you. Nice. Wayne, what's wrong with Wayne now? Wayne's tearing up. Wayne, what are you crying for, Wayne? Don't cry for me, Argentina. Wayne is crying now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Erin, I caught him once. He's savage. Sean is savage. His chat's very savage, but he's great. And his wonderful fiance, FM 2.0. She's amazing as well. Here they come. Keith is asleep. Tell Keith to get up.
All right. All right. Yeah. Y'all can have a seat.
If I may address the board.
Well, she's not ready yet. So I'm going to shut that one down. Okay. All right, let me get mine started. All right, we are back in the courtroom after having conducted the in-camera hearing. And I will make a note to do an order to seal. Transcript and 2 exhibits. All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, having now had an opportunity to confer with Mr. O'Keefe, who was prohibited from accompanying us in the ex parte meeting, I can represent to the court that the answer to the court's inquiry is yes. The information was included. And I would like to make certain that that response is included in the transcript for the hearing.
Pursuant to obligations under 3.220.
I'm sorry?
Pursuant to the obligations, the defendant's obligations under 3.220.
Yes,
The answer to my question is yes.
that's correct.
Okay. All right, having heard the argument of the defendant, argument of the attorney for the 12th Circuit, Ms. Floyd, considering the motion to quash subpoena and enter a protective order, at this point, based upon the very limited grounds upon which Ms. Mechanic may be called, and there's really no way for me to do, I will do my best to give a ruling that doesn't fly in the face of the ex parte hearing. But I will say this, the ability to call her is limited in that there are I'm going to write this one. So I'm going to stop the oral ruling at this point, and I will write what I mean to say.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Would the court entertain at least announcing whether or not the subpoena is quashed?
No, I want to
All right,
I want to write through it.
we're 5 days away from trial, Your Honor.
When did you issue the subpoena, the trial subpoena? When did you issue the trial subpoena?
June
June 26th, Your Honor.
on the subpoena.
So less than 1 month before the trial that's been pending for over 4 years. And the trial stipulation that was signed January of 2024, you issue a subpoena. We just now have the hearing on the motion to quash when it was just served. I will do my best, sir, but I'm also presented with a certain very limited window of time to address these matters through no fault of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have the excuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, how about the redactions to the 911 call?
Ms. Friel will be handling that.
All right.
I have a copy for you.
Do you mind?
We've been going back and forth, and I just struck through what we've agreed upon, and then what's left in yellow is what is in dispute. It's a few instances, Judge, but it's highlighted in yellow.
And I might say that we've had excellent cooperation back and forth in an effort to try to minimize what the court has to consider.
I would hope so.
Thank you. The first one would be page 1 online, and the cover is not numbered. We ended up with weird page numbering, but we're going with it. Line 21 and 22, I'm not letting her go back in. The state feels like that is not a presence and impression. It's hearsay. He's had time to reflect and make a decision, and that it should be struck.
As court may recall, Your Honor's ruling, even though we cited present sense and 2 other instances for admissibility, the court's conclusion was that the 9/11 tape was admissible pursuant to it being a spontaneous declaration. These statements are happening as this event is unfolding. They are being stated by the speaker in response to what's happening. They could not be more of a spontaneous declaration, and we believe they are clearly admissible for that reason.
Final thoughts?
Just that the whole rule of presence and impression is based on spontaneity. So saying things that are happening as an event is happening. And this clearly shows that he had time to reflect, because he's stating, I'm not letting her go back in. It means he's thought, and now he's decided, made a decision. And I think that is not, therefore, a presence.
All right, thank you both very much.
Yes, sir.
I've already ruled that these are not excited utterances. I think my ruling was, I don't have it in front of me, that the entire call did not impress me as qualifying as excited utterance. However, the spontaneous statement of present sense impression, I felt that there were a number of things that could come in that way. And then there's certainly other statements that would not come in. This one in particular, I'm going to allow it. And here's why. It's not an excited utterance. It's not a present sense impression, but it's not because it's not describing or explaining an event while perceiving or immediately thereafter. This is a statement of then existing mental, physical, emotional condition to prove, I assume it's going to be offered, to prove action in conformance therewith at a later date. So I think it would be admissible under that provision.
Thank you,
so
Judge.
that one is allowed.
We're going to, there's an overlap, and so you're going to go to page 7 next, please.
7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The
I see
calls
what you're doing.
overlap, so I just struck through I just left it struck through because we hadn't done, until we were done, so we could do the redactions and there was no confusion.
All right. So just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Well, are you putting this in?
I think so. Yes, but we were planning to not with the strike throughs, but I left them struck through so there was no confusion as to the parts that were being stricken until we were done. So we would black them out. If Your Honor wants us to modify it in some way, I'm happy to do it.
I'm not going to tell you how to perfect your record.
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, I'm looking, when I say I'm allowing a certain line 21 and 22, I'm looking at a transcript that has page 1 on it, and at the top it has 911 call, and I'm allowing from lines 21 to 22, and I'm not letting her go back.
And just for the record, and just to make sure Your Honor understands what I did, there's 2 911 calls, as you know, they transfer it, and there was a part that overlapped. So like on page 2, I put continues on page 6, mostly for myself until we get it. And then I just put them all together and we numbered them so that it was easy to have today's hearing and for us to figure out which pages we were talking about. So the next one would be page 7, which is the second portion of the transcript, lines 2 through 4. This is the same argument from the state. He says, we need the police before her mother and the little girl gets back from the park. I don't want them to find this. And the state feels that that is something he has had time to reflect on. It's not an excited utterance, and it's not a present sense impression. He's thought about the fact, he's asked her apparently before the 911 call, according to Mr. Sant, where her mother and child are. She says at the park. Based on what's going on, he's made the decision he doesn't want them to find this. And so the state feels like it should be stricken.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, Judge White, our position remains the same. This is a spontaneous statement of the caller reacting to these events as they are unfolding. And that could not be more clear. He's describing the circumstances. We believe it's clearly admissible under the court's prior ruling of a spontaneous statement.
Final thoughts?
I'll stay with my argument, Judge.
All right, lines, this is on page 7 of the transcript of the 911 call that's been provided to me. The question is, beginning on line 2, we need the police before the mother, her mother, and line 3, the little girl gets back from the park. I don't want them, line 4, to find this. I've already ruled it's not an excited utterance. This in no way, shape, or form is the hearsay declarant describing or explaining an event that that person has perceived while they're perceiving it or immediately thereafter. That portion is out.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next portion, Your Honor, is on the very next page, page 8, and there's 2 on this page. I'll start on line 9 through 11. And it is the caller speaking, Mr. Sant. So in case he isn't, he can't get up. I am also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows. It's the same argument, Judge, that this is not a presence and suppression of what's going on. This is he's become aware of what's happening and formed an opinion and has decided that to arm himself, or maybe he was armed already, and is letting the 911 caller or taker know that and just reflecting on what's going on. And so we would ask that it be stricken.
Mr. Taylor.
So according to 9803, Your Honor, spontaneous statement is defined as describing or explaining an event or condition made while the declarant was perceiving the event or condition or immediately thereafter. So here is the neighbor, Mr. Sant, who's a former combat veteran, who has just encountered Miss Benefield, hysterical, saying that her husband attacked her and she shot him. And as this is taking place, he does not know what condition Mr. Benefield is in and whether or not Mr. Benefield may be coming through the door momentarily. He's explaining the circumstances as he perceives them as they are happening. And we believe that this is clearly included in the spontaneity of his statement.
State?
The state would just say that those are not events that are happening at that moment. They're events that she reported what happened when she came over. He's now had time to think about it. He's several minutes into this phone call, and he's decided that he's armed, so if he comes over and tries to harm her.
All right, I'm going to allow it as a present sense impression. The hearsay declarant is describing or explaining an event while he is perceiving the event or immediately thereafter. That's all he's doing is explaining that he's armed, explaining the situation and why he's doing that. So that's in.
Thank you, Judge. The next would be page 8, lines 20. It begins on 24 and goes to 25. And it actually continues on to page 9. The operator says, on line 1 of 9. And then in line 2, Mr. Sand says, explaining it isn't what people think it is when it happens. When it happens. And it's the same argument from the state judge that this is him telling the 911 operator what he is doing, but I don't know that it's relevant, and it's not a event that he's not recounting. He's saying, I'm comforting her. And the second part is really an opinion as to page 9, explaining it isn't what people think it is when it happens. That's an opinion that he's formed, and he's telling her what he thinks. So it has to be stricken.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I just said it'd be stricken, Judge.
Mr. Taylor.
So, as the court knows, there's no exception in the spontaneous statement provision for an opinion. It just requires that it be a statement made while the speaker is perceiving an event or immediately thereafter. So here is Mr. Sand, the neighbor, who has just had Miss Benefield come to his home and explain that her husband attacked her and she shot him. And now he is trying to calm her down, and he's explaining this as it is unfolding to the 911 operator. And part of his effort to try to explain and calm Miss Benefield down while he's speaking is to say that is to say shooting someone is not what people think it is. This is him spontaneously expressing that. His perception.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, in looking at these two, I'll allow the bottom of page 8, line 24, going into 25, as a statement of then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. I'll allow that. However, at the beginning, or top of page 9, line 2, going into line 3, explaining it isn't what people think it is when it happens. I don't see in any way how that's describing or explaining an event while the person is perceiving it or immediately thereafter. He did not witness or perceive the actual event, so that's out.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next one would be the next page, page 10, as I've numbered the transcript. It begins on line 21, which is Miss Benefield is an inaudible, but the main portion is 22 through 25, which is, honey, and the state's asking this to be stricken. Some of them were asking to be stricken, some were asking to be in, so that's why I'm just clarifying. Honey, I got to stay on 911. Let's just let's look out this way, make sure you don't see her. They're probably still at the park. If we see them, we'll go out and stop them. Okay. Would that be all right, ma'am? Which is a question. And then the operator says, yeah. And this again, we're asking it to be stricken as it is. The state feels it is not a presence and suppression, Judge.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that as this is happening, he's explaining it. There's no time for him to methodically think about this. He's reacting to the circumstances as they are unfolding. And this is his articulation of that.
State.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
All right, this is, obviously I've already ruled it's not cited utterance. This is not a statement for the declarant making it to the operator describing or explaining an event while perceiving or immediately thereafter. This is the declarant speaking directly to, presumably, Miss Benefield.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
I was going to say he's saying this on the phone.
I understand. No, I'm not going to allow 22, 23. These are lines 24, 25. They're not excited utterances. It's not a present sense impression. I can't think of any other exception that would allow it. Over to page 11.
Judge, before you move on, I just didn't hear you correctly. 22 through 20, all four lines, 23 to 20.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Going on to page 11, line 1.
That's really just to make it make sense if we're.
I understand, and that's my ruling, that I'm looking back on 10, page 10. It'll have, what, ma'am? I'm just getting everything on the screen okay. Caller, okay. Yeah, and then line 2 comes out for continuity's sake. And then on line 3, the operator's yeah. And then it'll just pick right back up with the operator. You should have a deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
Thanks, sir.
So line 2 is out.
Yes, line 2 is out. And then on line 3, yeah.
1 and 2.
Judge, the operator, okay. I was going to take it out just for continuity because the last thing she would have said
Yes,
before that.
line 1 and line 2.
Thank you, sir.
And then the yeah on line 3. I'm sorry, I thought I was being clear, but so on page 10, it's lines 22 to 25 are out. On page 11, line 1, line 2 are out, and yeah on line 3 is out.
Thank you, sir. What I believe is the final one, Judge, is on page 14. It starts at line 13 and is through the end of the page, which is line 25. The state is seeking to include this in the call. The defense has asked that it be stricken. This is the operator says, what is the female's phone number? The caller says, I don't know. I'd have to ask her if she could tell. I don't know it offhand. Operator says, can I get her phone can you get her on the phone for 1 second? I can ask her myself if you need. The caller says, can you talk to her for a minute? Speaking to Ms. Benefield. We have unknown because there's a dispute as to who responds, I can't. The state feels it's Ms. Benefield, but we're going to leave it unknown. The caller says, no. The operator says, I just need her phone. Tell her I just need your phone number. I'm not asking her any questions. Caller, all she needs is your phone number. Ms. Benefield, it's an audible. And then the caller says 941. And the state's asking that come in. It's relevant as to her. They're going through something immediately, and he's asking her questions back and forth. Certainly, we think that her one statement, I can't, comes in as not hearsay because it's the defendant's statement. But he's asking her for her phone number, and the operator is telling him, and he's trying to do it at the same time, and the state would ask that it be admitted.
Yes, sir.
So I would expect the court's rulings to be consistent. And in light of the court's parsing of the transcript thus far, this is a conversation between Mr. Sant and the 911 operator that has nothing to do with the event. I don't see how this is possibly relevant or admissible under spontaneous statements. It is certainly not his statement explaining an event or condition as he's perceiving it. And just like before, this is no different. It should not come in.
It's relevant because it's an interaction with Ms. Benefield, and at one point the state would argue that she responds to these questions. But also, half of this call is between the 911 operator and Mr. Sant. The state's objections were to things the state felt were opinions, not present sense impressions. This is him interacting with this defendant about her phone number and the 911 caller asking the same, and we just asked that it be admitted.
All right, thank you both very much. So page 14, beginning at line 13 and going through 25, I've already found it's not an excited utterance. I do not find that this is a spontaneous statement where the hearsay declarant is describing or explaining an event after or while perceiving it or immediately thereafter. This is an interaction where questions are being asked of the caller and then recited to the state believes it's Ms. Benefield. It says unknown. I don't find that there's any exceptions that would allow this portion in. If you didn't argue it, state, but with the fact that it's unknown, I get that you want to argue it's Miss Benefield, and it very well may be, but I'm not seeing any basis for this to be admitted. This is obviously conditional, though. That may become relevant or admissible in the future, but right now, lines 13 through 25 are out.
Judge, and we could address, if you don't want to address it now, but we could play the portion of the call. And the state believes it's.
I've listened to it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Remember, I did not read the transcript. I listened to the audio so I could hear for myself.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. The state's argument is Mr. Sant asked Ms. Benefield, and the response is I can't. So
I understand.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may, just for purposes of trial, I assume that a clean, if you will, copy of the transcript reflecting court's ruling will be created. But if the state seeks to introduce the tape, they're going to have to redact the portions that the court has ruled are not admissible. If the defense seeks to introduce the tape, we will do so according to the court's ruling. But obviously, the court's ruling has no teeth. If the court rules some of the things are inadmissible and the state plays the tape and it includes those portions.
I'm so confused right now. Okay. Do you mean you think, hold on, let me make sure. Are you saying that I just took the time to make all these rulings on the disputed redactions, and you think the state would try and introduce an audio recording that had in it the things I just excluded?
No, I want to just make sure, though, that that's the case, that they are going, if they choose to play the tape rather than the defense, that they will redact it accordingly.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Okay. All right, Judge.
I've made the rulings. If the defense is going to proffer this evidence, you've got my rulings. If the state is going to offer it, you've got my rulings. If you're going to provide a transcript that you want the jury, that obviously does not go into evidence, but you want to facilitate the jury's listening and understanding, then you need to agree on the transcript, and whoever's offering would need to have extra copies for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And
very good.
And I would just caution either side to follow my rulings.
Of course, Judge. I mean, we redact these regularly. Thank you.
There it is. Okay, how about the state's motion in limine to request proffer of expert testimony about domestic violence and abuse and memorandum of law, which was filed July 1st of 2024. And before I get too far into that, we've got one of the issues. No, maybe that wasn't this one. Maybe it was another one. Okay, you have that one handy?
Yes, sir.
State?
Yes.
All right.
To me, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
And first, Judge, I would like to say that the timing of the filing of this had a lot to do with when the state had access to this expert and when the state had access to depose this expert. Originally, the defense and I had agreed that the state would wait until this expert completed his investigation before I could do a deposition, because obviously it wouldn't be worth it to take a deposition in the middle of his examination. So the state filed this very shortly after the first opportunity we had to depose the expert. And I would stand by my motion and just highlight a few areas. The ultimate issue, because I recognize right now, Judge, we haven't heard all the evidence. The court hasn't heard the evidence, so you don't know how it's all going to come out. I have doubts about whether this particular expert, based on what the defense has represented, he will testify to. I have doubts about whether this would be admissible. So that's why I request that this testimony be proffered at the appropriate time, which may be after all the other evidence is in, so the court can make this determination if this evidence is admissible. And as outlined in my motion, I believe it's very clear that there is a specific exception carved out for battered spouse syndrome. The Oquendo case and some of the other case law makes it very clear that things like PTSD and those types of things are not allowed in a self-defense case. There is an exception carved out specifically for battered spouse syndrome, and as outlined in my motion, the court goes into why. And most of what the court states about battered wife syndrome and why it's allowed is that there are things that the jury would not maybe understand that is associated with battered wife syndrome, like why the person would remain at the home, why the person would recant, why the person would constantly blame themselves and not the abuser, why they would have kept in a situation that might have been dangerous. This is the stated reason that battered wife syndrome may be admissible in these types of situations. That being said, the defense has repeatedly said that this is not going to be a battered spouse syndrome defense, that this expert is going to testify about domestic violence and domestic abuse. So it's the state's first contention that there is no exception carved out specifically for that. And even if this information were to come in, it would be governed by 9702, which is the experts, when an expert is allowed to provide information to a jury. And an expert is only allowed when the facts are so obscure that they can only be made clear through an expert interpreting them. The basic information about domestic violence, that is not so obscure that you need an expert to testify about. And the things that are obscure are the things that were listed in the battered spouse syndrome. So it is the state's belief that we need to be very careful about what this expert is allowed to say. And the only way for the court to make that determination is to hear the testimony ahead of time before it gets in front of the jury. And the case law is clear about, we hesitate to let an expert talk in front of a jury because the jury may substitute the expert's analysis for their own independent analysis unnecessarily where not needed. So the state would ask for this to be proffered ahead of time.
All right. Did you depose? Give me a name. Who's this human being?
Bruce Ferris. Bruce Ferris.
Like Ferris wheel?
Yes.
Bruce Ferris.
And I deposed him, Your Honor. He confirmed that he is not talking about that itself.
What day?
June 26th.
Okay.
And he confirmed he was not going to speak about battered spouse syndrome. He confirmed that he did interview the defendant for several hours. However, he stated that that interview did not play into his decision-making and any of his opinions. And he also said that the state, not knowing what he was going to testify to, asked him if he had any opinions. It is the state's contention that any opinions that he had are inadmissible because one of his opinions is that the defendant is a victim of domestic violence, which I don't think that's something he can testify to in a trial. So it is unknown to the state what this expert would testify to. His opinion is that there was domestic violence and that this defendant was a victim of domestic violence, and I don't know how that would be admissible.
All right, I have not seen a transcript, so I'm relying on you. Is that when you presumably asked him, tell me all opinions you've been asked to render in this matter? And his answer was?
Ms. Benefield is a victim of domestic violence, and Doug Benefield is a perpetrator of domestic violence.
What did he testify that he based his opinions on? If his interview of several hours did not play into his decision-making at all, what did he testify was the basis for his opinion?
The discovery that he received from the defense, and mostly the defense's stand your ground motion.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Taylor.
So I'm reluctant to go back into this only because the court's already addressed this. And under the tests announced in Hickson that the Florida Supreme Court set out, Your Honor ruled the testimony admissible. So now I'm back, and I feel like for a second bite by the state to convince the court otherwise. I will tell the court, so Your Honor understands, Bruce Ferris is a former deputy sheriff who specialized in domestic violence. He created the domestic violence unit for the sheriff's office in Gainesville, Florida. He ran it as a supervisor. He then, because of his fascination with domestic violence, went back to school, became a licensed mental health counselor, and specializes in, of course, what else? Domestic violence. The deposition that Ms. O'Donnell took went to Mr. Ferris's credentials. He was very clear to explain to Ms. O'Donnell at that deposition that no evaluation was ever conducted of Ms. Benefield. That the only questions that he had asked of Ms. Benefield was, given his background before and his status as a coveted expert witness, before he signed on to something, he wanted to make sure of its legitimacy. He then proceeded to explain and answer all of her questions. We filed, as the court knows, notice of intent to rely upon battered spouse defense, and we attached, as the rule requires, all of the information that was relevant to that. I footnoted that because battered spouse syndrome, as announced by the state Supreme Court, is the umbrella. Underneath battered spouse is abusive behavior. The distinction, subtle as it might be, Judge White, is that most of the time in battered spouse syndrome cases precisely, the victim still resides with the perpetrator, and they are subjected to repeated physical beatings. Domestic violence and abuse is a little broader, but it is the same factors, and it carries the same psychological issues for the victim. Here's what our Supreme Court said about that. If the court will indulge me briefly, and I'm reading, Your Honor, so that the court knows, from the Oquendo decision, which is at 357 Southern 3rd, 214. It's a 2023 decision by the 2nd District Court of Appeals. Under Florida law, battered woman syndrome is not a legal defense, but rather is used to explain the woman's experiences and state of mind to the jury. In the context of self-defense, it is used to show that because of the prior conduct of the batterer, the woman reasonably believed that taking the batterer's life was a real necessity. Thus, unlike PTSD evidence, battered spouse syndrome evidence does not tend to show that a sufferer's perceptions were impaired or altered by the condition. Rather, it goes to show that while the defendant's perception of the danger was reasonable, her choice to remain in the dangerous situation, despite the risk she would have to exert force to protect herself, was also reasonable. There is a difference in purpose between the expert testimony offered in battered spouse syndrome cases and in cases such as this one before us, post-traumatic stress disorder. In a battered spouse syndrome case, the factor upon which the expert testimony could be offered was secondary to the defense asserted, offered not to show through the expert testimony that the mental and physical mistreatment of the defendant affected the mental state so that she could not be responsible for her actions. Rather, the testimony would be offered to show that because she suffered from the syndrome, it was reasonable for her to have remained in the home and at the pertinent time to have believed that her life and the lives of her children were in imminent danger. In this case, Oquendo sought to introduce PTSD evidence to show why he might have mistaken as dangerous what others who do not suffer from PTSD would perceive to be less dangerous or not dangerous at all. By contrast, a defendant introducing battered spouse syndrome evidence would be supporting her theory that she was not mistaken in her perception of danger, arguing that she had made rational choices in response to a reasonable assessment of the riskiness of her situation. That is to say, that she had done what a reasonably cautious and prudent person might have done under the circumstances, despite the appearance of danger having been so real that she believed it could only be avoided through the use of force. See Florida Standard Jury Instruction 3.6F. As such, unlike PTSD, it is possible for battered spouse syndrome to be relevant in a way that is consistent with the objective, reasonable person standard for the justification of self-defense. Resolving this evidentiary question does not require a value judgment that one condition or another is more or less worthy of excusing the use of force by an affected individual. Rather, it is the language chosen by the legislature to describe the justification of self-defense that renders battered spouse syndrome relevant and PTSD irrelevant. Now, Mr. Ferris explained, for the exact reasons that the state seeks to distinguish, that just as battered spouse syndrome, these events are cumulative. They have a lasting impression. And so when and if confronted at a later date, all of these prior incidents have a direct bearing on how the individual perceives and reacts to the circumstances. Clearly, we've met the test announced by the Florida Supreme Court in Hickson, where the expert is going to then respond to a series of hypothetical questions that I will ask based upon what is in evidence at the time we call the expert. The court's made that very clear thus far. There is absolutely no reason why he should not be allowed to testify, and there is also absolutely no basis upon which the state is entitled to a proffer in addition to a full deposition that they were able to take.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Judge, first I would like to address, defense said that you've already ruled that this testimony is admissible, and I am completely confused by that. So if I need to be corrected, someone needs to let me know, but it's not my understanding that this was ruled on previous. Mr. Taylor just spoke for 5 minutes about battered spouse syndrome, but he said we're not doing battered spouse syndrome. So that's why I'm confused. All of what he just talked about was battered spouse syndrome. This expert in a deposition said he had never testified about battered spouse syndrome. He did not intend to testify about battered spouse syndrome in this particular case. He gave those two opinions that I told you, and he said that he did speak to Ms. Benefield on the phone. I think he called it a veracity gauge or something before he would take the case, but then that he had two separate meetings with her that were each about 2 hours apiece. So he has interviewed her. And in Hickson, it says that a person can testify about these things in one of two ways. One way, if the expert has evaluated the client and then testifies that she has or he has battered spouse syndrome and testifies directly about that, or someone that has not evaluated the defendant can testify about hypotheticals based on facts that are in evidence. So the state would argue that by interviewing this defendant for 4 hours, in addition to the phone call, being provided all of this discovery material, being provided the stand your ground motion, this expert has evaluated Ms. Benefield. The state has not had the opportunity to evaluate her. So for the expert to testify about hypothetical issues based on facts and evidence, I think it is possible that the expert could do that, but I think it's very touchy that this person may say something that would reference an interview or the discovery that he's read or the stand your ground motion that he's read. I believe that it would be very difficult for this expert to only answer hypothetical questions. I, as an addition to that, do not agree that this expert should be allowed to be asked hypothetical questions because it's not battered spouse syndrome. From all I know, he's going to be asked about domestic violence. And I'm not sure what about that needs an expert to explain to the jury. And clearly his opinions cannot come in under any of these cases. It does not say that someone can say so-and-so is an abuser and so-and-so is a victim unless they're going to say they suffer from battered spouse syndrome, which is not what this expert is going to do. So the state would just ask that Your Honor agree to a proffer ahead of time so we can keep this expert contained. Thank you.
Do you have anything else you want to put on the record?
Yeah, here's my response, Your Honor. I'm going to need a drink of water before.
Of course. Do here. Of course.
Thank you.
Sure. Absolutely. State, you got your own drinks?
Yes. Thank you.
So the court's going to have to indulge me. But I want to read something from the state Supreme Court in Kathleen Weiland versus State of Florida. This is at 732 Southern 2nd, 1044, and it's a 1999 decision reversing the second DCA. And the issue that was involved was a conviction for second-degree murder, and whether or not there should be a duty to retreat in the home. And this was the Supreme Court addressing that. And one of the reasons, the overriding reason that they gave for refusing to do that was what they style as implications for victims of domestic violence. And this is what the Supreme Court had to say. And again, I appreciate the court's indulgence for the record. Imposing a duty to retreat from the home may adversely impact victims of domestic violence. Although the state argues that nothing has changed in the intervening years since Bobbitt to require us to recede from that decision, to the contrary, much has changed in the public policy of this state based on increased knowledge about the plight of domestic violence victims. It is now widely recognized that domestic violence, quote, attacks are often repeated over time, and escape from the home is rarely possible without the threat of great personal violence or death, unquote. Imposition of the duty to retreat on a battered woman who finds herself the target of a unilateral, unprovoked attack in her own home is inherently unfair. During repeated instances of past abuse, she has retreated only to be caught, dragged back inside, and severely beaten again. If she manages to escape, other hurdles confront her. Where will she go if she has no money, no transportation, and her children are left behind in the care of an enraged man? What the duty to retreat exception means to a battered woman is that as long as it is a stranger who attacks her in her home, she has a right to fight back and labors under no duty to retreat. If the attacker is her husband or live-in partner, however, she must retreat. Studies show that women who retreat from the residence when attacked by their co-occupant, spouse, or boyfriend may in fact increase the danger of harm to themselves due to the possibility of attack after separation. According to Dr. Lenore Walker, quote, the batterer would often rather kill or die himself than separate from the battered woman, unquote. Experts in the field explain that separation or retreat can be the most dangerous time in the relationship for the victims of domestic violence because, quote, violence increases dramatically when a woman leaves an abusive relationship, unquote. A leading expert in the field.
Taylor, I got to stop you. You're reading and reading and reading. Please tell me how this relates to the state's request that I order your expert to provide a proffer before he can testify. Well, I'm not seeing the connection.
I think this, what the state is arguing, this is the reason why I told the court's already ruled on this. What the state's arguing is that the expert should not be allowed to testify.
No, they're asking for a proffer ahead of time. That's it.
Yeah. But there is no provision for such.
And I'm ready to make a ruling when everybody is done.
I'm done.
But I just, if you want to keep going, that's fine. But I'm going to need to understand the relevance of the quotes that you're reading me from that Florida Supreme YN case to understand how that plays into your arguments against the state's request for a proffer. I'm not understanding.
It doesn't. It goes to the broader issue. If the court was reconsidering it, I did not know whether or not the expert should be allowed to testify. Oh. And it speaks to their perception of domestic violence and what should be authorized. But I hear the court.
All right. If we get to that bridge, I'll let you cross it.
All right.
Okay. I am searching for the right words. My level of confusion as to what both sides are doing and arguing is about pegged. Multiple times throughout multiple hearings, including on July 11th of 2024, Mr. Taylor and the defendant have emphatically stated this is not a battered spouse syndrome case. I've heard that multiple times, and I specifically picked the hearings we had on July 11th on other matters because it came up right at the end about the deposition of the expert. Mr. Ferris was coming up, and Ms. O'Donnell had said, I don't have a transcript, this is from my memory, Ms. O'Donnell had raised an objection that if Mr. Ferris was going to talk about, or he was a battered spouse syndrome expert, the required notice under the rule had not been given. And Mr. Taylor said again that this is not a battered spouse syndrome case. And so I left the courtroom on July 11th saying, okay, this is not a battered spouse syndrome case. We'll see what happens at the deposition. The very next day on June 12th at 4:33 p.m., the defense files notice of intent to rely upon battered spouse syndrome defense. And I looked at the notice of intent, and it complies with the rule. It gives the required notice. It talks about what evidence is going to be used to support the battered spouse syndrome defense. It provides the essential facts upon which the defense is going to rely. It provides a list of witnesses, including G. Bruce Eric Ferris, as witnesses who are going to support the battered spouse syndrome defense. And I don't recall if it was at that hearing or another hearing, we had a fairly in-depth discussion about the case law, including Oquendo and the differences between PTSD and reasonable person, and how battered spouse syndrome can be used in a stand your ground or a self-defense situation. But the emphasis was still, this is not a battered spouse case.
Judge, in fairness, I footnoted that.
In Hickson, I'm sorry, and so I'm confused there. On the state side, I've looked at the state's motion in limine to request a proffer of expert testimony. What I don't see in here is authority for that, where I can order the other side, you will give me a proffer of your witness's testimony for me to make a decision. I've made decisions based on a transcript that's been provided to me on discrete areas that may or may not be admissible. What this screams out to me, and I have no idea why we're not doing it, is a Daubert hearing. That certainly one side or the other can move for a pretrial ruling on the admissibility of scientific or technical evidence under 90.702 and the federal Daubert standard, where all of these issues, the qualifications of the expert, what they relied on, are those sources reliable? Did they apply reasonable and scientific methods? I mean, all the, I don't have the predicate in front of me, but that's where that hearing would be. Ask for a Daubert hearing, the other side needs to comply. So I don't consider today a Daubert hearing. This is just a straight motion in limine where I haven't heard from the expert. I haven't heard anything, I don't have any facts in front of me about the Daubert factors or 90.702 factors. I haven't even been provided a copy of his transcript. So I don't know why we didn't do that. Next, my confusion is we discussed Hickson at a prior hearing, and it talks about as reflected in the rule, and I think, if I remember correctly, Hickson was a Florida Supreme Court decision that predated this rule and essentially laid out the framework of what eventually became Rule 3.201, I think it is, the battered spouse rule. And so Hickson kind of laid that out and fleshed out what then the Rules Committee turned into the actual rule that was then subsequently approved by the rulemaking process. And what Hickson talks about is if it's a battered spouse case, and the rule as well, and the expert interviews the defendant, then the state has every right to get its own expert to do its own evaluation of the defendant. Now, what I've heard is apparently Mr. Ferris, during his interview or during his deposition, said he interviewed the defendant for several, and I'm just relying on representations now, I have not seen it with my own eyes, interviewed the defendant for several hours. There was some initial veracity or some initial interview. I don't know how long that was, but then there were 2 subsequent interviews after he was retained for this case. On the flip side, if the expert does not evaluate the defendant and is going to just speak about general, non-specific traits, which is what I've been hearing for the defense, it's going to be very general, it's going to be very non-specific. There was talk from the defense about there's going to be hypotheticals posed, but I will say that in the back of my mind, I was always wondering what those hypotheticals were going to be, if they were going to be very generic and non-specific, and then those hypotheticals started bringing in the facts of this case, how that would play out. But here nor there, that'll be a decision to be made later. But in this situation, what I'm hearing is the expert evaluated the defendant twice. And I only say this has nothing to do with my ruling on whether I'm going to order a proffer or not. It just goes to I want to just flesh out the issues of my confusion about, is this battered spouse? Is it not? What part of Hickson are we talking about? Is there been an evaluation and there's going to be hypotheticals and opinions expressed based upon the facts of this case? Or is this just going to be a very generic, he hasn't interviewed her, it's going to be a very generic discussion about domestic violence victims? We all know what brackish water is. I don't think Hickson allows for some kind of brackish presentation here. It's either battered spouse syndrome and there was an evaluation and the state has a right to do its own expert evaluation, or there was no evaluation and it's purely generic information and hypotheticals. I say all of that with just so you guys have the walking away knowledge of, we're less than a week from trial, and I am so confused. Is this a battered spouse syndrome case or not? I keep hearing it is. I keep hearing it isn't. I've heard everything I'm going to hear. I mean, I gave you both multiple opportunities to tell me. You just need to know. I still don't know where we're at. But my answer is this. I don't think there's I can't think of any provision under the law. I'm not aware of any authority under the rules that would allow me, and I haven't been provided any case law authority that gives me the discretion to say, defense, you will proffer your expert testimony. It's usually the opposite, right? That somebody wants to put something in, I have an objection, I rule it's out, and the defense or the state will proffer it so it's in the record. And of course, that proffer is, if you read the appellate court decisions on that, this is why it's so important for the proponent to get that proffer in, because it gives the trial court that opportunity to hear the evidence and hear the questions and hear the cross and make a ruling that avoids trial court error. So with that lengthy explanation, the state's request for the court to order the defendant to provide a, there it is. Proffer is denied.
May I assist, Your Honor, on two brief points?
If it's on that, I'm done. I've made my ruling. So I'm sure it'll come up again based upon my expression of concerns. But I've been asked to rule on the proffer, and I've ruled on the proffer. All right, state's motion to quash.
That was already.
Oh, that was, no. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I was reading for the notice of hearing.
Okay.
All right. Defendant's motion, request for clarification of court's amended omnibus order and incorporated memo of law filed July 10th, 2024. Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Let me start by asking the court, rather than going through everything, if the court has any specific questions it would want me to address, or would it prefer I just present my position? We sought clarification of the court's conclusion in the omnibus order that the admissions of Douglas Benefield under oath at a deposition to shooting the gun in the house and punching the dog, rendering the dog unconscious, and punching holes in the walls of the house, as well as one other one, I believe, putting a tracker on the car, if I'm not mistaken.
That was not covered.
Let's see, paragraph 3, I said it out. I'm sorry, throwing a loaded gun at Miss Benefield. We sought to have that admissible, and the court, in its omnibus order, we cited several reasons why it would be admissible. The court, in its omnibus order, ruled that it did not qualify those admissions as statements against interest, but the court gave no reason why it would not qualify as a statement against interest. So we asked for qualification on that point, and we presented, Your Honor, with case law, but first attempted to remind the court that at the stand your ground hearing, the testimony established that Miss Benefield was the victim of these events, that they were driven at and for Miss Benefield. The court, we felt, included finding those admissions as statements against interest because of the predicate requirement that Ms. Benefield know about the incidents. And what we are saying to the court is obviously she was present for the firing of the gun into the ceiling of the home as acknowledged by Mr. Benefield in the admission and his statement that he did it to shut her up, to make her stop talking. As far as throwing the gun at Ms. Benefield, he acknowledged that as well. Additionally, punching the dog in the face, he acknowledged Ms. Benefield was present. Some of the witnesses in the proceeding made the same acknowledgement, like Tommy Benefield, for example. And finally, Your Honor, punching numerous holes in the drywall of the home, there were acknowledgments of that as well. So we sought and we seek a basis for the court's conclusion that these acts, and specifically those admissions, do not qualify as statements against interest. And we cited, among other things, Bearden versus State, which is a state Supreme Court decision where they held that the credibility of an in-court witness who is testifying as to an out-of-court declaration against penal interest is not a matter for the trial court's consideration in determining whether to admit the testimony. Instead, the jury has the duty to assess the credibility of the in-court witness. The reason we pointed that out is because it's not clear from Your Honor's ruling. The court ruled that the deposition admissions could not be used as substantive evidence. The court did not say that it could not be used for impeachment purposes of a witness. And there is a vast difference between the two. And we cited case law to show the court that. So, for example, if
I also added alone. If you look at page 2 of 9 of the amended order, thus, the court's ruling in this order addresses only those specific acts argued during the hearing, A, B, C, and G, and the admission of the victim's deposition testimony alone as substantive evidence to prove the alleged prior acts of violence and aggression. So it was made in a vacuum. The defense had represented, we have all this other evidence that we're going to present, but the only thing that was presented to me, and so I'm not going to go out on a limb and say, well, if you introduce this, this, and this, then I'll allow this. I'm presented with facts and I make rulings. So my ruling was that standing alone, A, B, C, and G are not admissible as substantive evidence.
Okay, I read that sentence more times than I can count. And I was not sure, and that was why we filed the clarification, whether or not the court was including in that statement. And I based my position on the motion filed by the state in limine that the court granted. I was not sure if the court was going to preclude me from being able to ask the question on cross-examination, are you aware that Douglas Benefield made these admissions? And that was where I sought the clarification. Because the court, in its preliminary order on the state's motion in limine, pretty clearly said that it would not allow such cross-examination. If I'm wrong, then we're good. If I'm right, then I filed this to show the court that I believe my position is correct. And I cited the court's specific case law allowing such cross-examination. I might remind Your Honor without getting out of order, in that motion in limine that the state filed, the court also granted, as a preliminary conclusion, precluding the defense from asking a witness such as Justin Warren, the lead homicide detective, the difference between justified homicide and murder. Of course, the relevance to this case is that Ms. Benefield is charged with murder and her defense is justified. The court, to my surprise, granted the state's motion. I have cited the court's specific case law allowing such questions. I also explained to the court that the jury instructions are going to require the court to charge that and explain justifiable homicide as opposed to murder to the jurors. Dr. Vega at the Stand Your Ground hearing explained the difference between justifiable, excusable homicide and murder. There's no reason why the defense, in establishing their position, cannot do so at the first opportunity, and that might be the cross-examination of Dr. Vega. But if I'm precluded from asking that question, I obviously cannot do that. And I cited the court's specific case law showing that that was appropriate and relevant. So again, we saw clarification on that issue. I also cited to the court the Bearden case, and the reason I cited the Bearden case is because in there, the Florida Supreme Court, citing the Chambers case, which I previously briefed for the court and gave the court a memoranda, noted that corroborative evidence is admissible to strengthen a witness's testimony by evidence of matters showing its consistency and reasonableness, intending to indicate that the facts probably were as stated by the witness. Again, being precluded from cross-examining into these areas, specifically matters that will corroborate Ms. Benefield's defense, I believe to be an improper restriction of Ms. Benefield's right to cross-examine. And to my surprise, the court also granted in the state's motion in limine, unless the defense was able to demonstrate relevance, that I could not question Detective Warren about his removal from the arrest affidavit various material aspects, such as taking out the witness Barbara Russell and or Douglas Benefield. And I cited case law, to Your Honor, in this motion, specifically showing what an improper restriction that would be on Ms. Benefield's right to cross-examine, that any time a witness takes the stand, their credibility is an issue. And I also cited, Your Honor, a federal case only because I thought that their statement about the scope of cross-examination was pretty poignant. In U.S. versus Skelton, the Fifth Circuit case, the court noted, while the scope of cross-examination is within the discretion of the trial judge, this discretionary authority to limit cross-examination comes into play only after there has been permitted, as a matter of right, sufficient cross-examination to satisfy the Sixth Amendment. In Tansey versus State, a Florida case, 3rd DCA, I cited for the court because of their holding that our evidence code liberally permits the introduction of evidence to show the bias or motive of a witness. Included within the types of matters that demonstrate bias are those that relate to the interests of the witness, favoritism, and corruption. So here's what we have in this case. And I know that the court didn't appreciate it. Bias against women is endemic to America's institutions.
Did you just say I didn't appreciate something?
I'm sorry?
Did you just say I didn't appreciate something?
I don't know if that's what I said.
Hold on, I'll tell us. I'll check. So here's what we have in this case, and I know the court didn't appreciate it. Bias against women is endemic to America's institution.
Yeah, I'm getting
So
ready.
what do I not appreciate?
I'm getting ready to tie in what the court didn't appreciate. I footnoted in my notice of battered spouse syndrome that it wasn't traditional battered spouse syndrome, because traditional is the woman is still in the home. In this case, she was not still in the home. All right. But bias against women is endemic to all our institutions. And what we have in the testimony of Justin Warren is my opportunity to show that that bias was at stake. And the court is prohibiting me from the granting of its motion in limine that the state filed from questioning Detective Warren.
I'm sorry, point out in my amended omnibus order where I said you may not do that.
You granted the state's motion and said that until such time as I show it is relevant.
So I didn't say no. I said any impeachment
Correct.
must be relevant and material.
Correct. And
okay.
I have filed this clarification to show the court that it is both relevant and material, and that's why I cited this case law. I don't want to be in a position, Your Honor, where my cross-examination throughout the trial is methodically interrupted by either an objection from the state, or we have to send the jury in and out on multiple occasions, because that's going to create, it's not only going to render my examination less effective, it's going to create animus. I don't know if the jury's animus, I don't know where it's going to be directed. I only know that I'm here with an obligation to defend Miss Benefield to the best of my ability. And under the case law, such a cross-examination of the lead detective is clearly relevant and material. So I have filed this clarification so that we could get past that. That's the purpose of this. I attached to my motion an excerpt from the deposition of Detective Justin Warren, wherein he says all homicides are murders and all who kill are murderers. Now, to me, Your Honor, that is clearly a bias. And it makes me wonder what chance Miss Benefield had in the mind of Detective Warren when he was already describing this as a murder less than 45 minutes after the shooting, when he was drawing up his first search warrant. That is indicative of bias. I am allowed to probe that detective on cross-examination to show that his decision was motivated by bias. Whether or not I'm successful is a separate collateral issue. That'll be up to the jury. But the court, nonetheless, provisionally granted the state's motion in limine. Again, I filed this clarification so that we could get past that. Especially given the fact that self-defense is Miss Benefield's defense. And if you have a lead detective saying that all homicides are murders, it's not only a complete misstatement of the law, but it clearly shows bias. According to him, the 90-year-old motorist who has a diabetic incident while he's driving his car and hits and kills a pedestrian is a murderer. And the fact of the matter is, under the law, that would be an excusable homicide, assuming no drugs or anything else was at play. The court is provisionally restricting me from questioning the detective about that. That shows bias. It's a fair inquiry on behalf of Ms. Benefield, and I should clearly be allowed to make that inquiry, and I think the court restricting me from doing it is an impermissible preclusion of Ms. Benefield's right of cross-examination. That's my position, Your Honor.
State?
Judge, I would just say this is not a motion to clarify. This is a motion to state everything I've already stated that the court has already ruled on, and I think your order is clear. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, rebuttal?
No.
All right. After I reviewed the defendant's motion, request for clarification of the court's amended omnibus order, I read it as a motion for rehearing. I reviewed it carefully to see if there was any legal points or factual points that weren't addressed or needed clarifying. I will note that the state had filed a motion for clarification, and as I reviewed my prior order, I did notice that I had neglected to put the actual legal ruling in and the basis for that. However, I've had a chance to review the amended omnibus order, and I don't think it needs clarification. And quite frankly, I find that the request for clarification is really a motion for rehearing, and I'm going to deny it. All right, we have two things left. The jury questionnaires and the request for paralegal to remain at counsel table. But I have a plea at 11 o'clock. And I don't see, did Miss Glenn come in? Not yet? All right, I've got a plea at 11 o'clock, so I'll need to take a little bit of a break. I think it's negotiated. Are you covering?
No.
I don't even have the state here for it. All right, we'll just keep going.
Judge, I think there's a third issue, unless perhaps I misunderstood the court's earlier response denying the proffer of the expert. I have also moved to exclude the amended discovery that they sent, designating Kimberly Griffin as an expert and her CPT notes and her testimony.
Did you file a motion? Did you file a motion?
Response.
Oh, in the response.
Yes. And in the alternative, if the court did not grant it, I asked for a Daubert hearing. Now, my response was late because the state's amended discovery was late. My response was immediately following that. If the court doesn't have a copy, I'll share my copy as long as.
Bear with me, and it might be in the court file too, but bear with me. Kelly had also made a separate pile. Hey, interesting. Yeah, I apologize. I don't see that. if you tell me when was that filed, I can just pull it up, so I don't want to take your copy.
150.
No. Well, if the court, after it's 11 o'clock, wants to just make a copy, that's fine, Your Honor.
Actually, yeah, let me take a look at it real quick. Because the last thing in the court file is from July 11th. Response to states. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I do have that. Thank you, Deputy. All right, let's see if we can get through that before the 11 o'clock shows up. And this is going to be, all right, so this is coming from the defendant's response to state's request for a proffer of defense expert and state's supplemental amended discovery notice, or in the alternative, demand for Daubert hearing and incorporated memo of law. And this is referring to the state's listing of, you said Kimberly Griffin.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay.
It may alleviate some of the argument if I just state, I do not anticipate Kim Griffin testifying as an expert. She's a fact witness. So that may alleviate some of the discussion.
Your Honor, on Friday the 12th, the court, on Friday the 12th, the state filed notice of discovery listing Kimberly Griffin as an expert witness. Ms. Griffin, so that the court knows, is the CPT representative who acted as a coordinator in this case. And as soon as we got that, I started to compose the response, which is before the court. So our objection is twofold. Well, threefold, actually. Number one, this is a very, very late filing, especially for an expert witness that the state now seeks to introduce. Secondly, we are extremely troubled by the fact that, and we don't think this, respectfully, Judge White, is subject to dispute. CPT information is confidential. It is not subject to dissemination. We gave the court an earlier memoranda on that, but to make it easy for the court, I gave the court a synopsis of that in this response. There is no exception under which Ms. Griffin, on behalf of the Child Protection Team, is allowed to disseminate this material, to talk about it, or to rely upon any of the written information and documents. In addition to that, Your Honor, there is nothing about the Department of Children and Families, as well as the Child Protection Team, that rises to the level of the necessity of expert testimony. Even assuming if the court were to allow similar testimony to be heard, and again, I refer the court to the earlier memoranda that we filed directing confidentiality of both DCF and CPT. But even if it were to be admissible, there's nothing that the jury needs an expert to explain what an allegation of child abuse is. That's pretty clear. And finally, Your Honor, and I'm giving the court a nutshell in light of the court's schedule. If the court somehow gets past all of that, we've asked for a Daubert hearing because there is absolutely nothing about the machinations inherent in CPT that is subject to a Daubert analysis. And as this court knows, it has a gatekeeping function and the burden is upon the state. But I can tell the court with pretty good certainty, there are no empirical studies that Ms. Griffin is going to bring to this court to try to justify under Daubert findings of the CPT team. So with that, Your Honor, unless the court has any questions, that's our position.
I got a ton of questions, but I don't think they're for you. State.
Yes.
Before you get started,
Yes.
who is Kimberly Griffin? How is she an expert? What is she? Hold on. I know what you just said before Mr. Taylor spoke, but she's been designated as an expert. What is she an expert on? What's she going to testify about? Has she been disposed? When was she known about the discovery deadline in this case pursuant to the stipulation signed by you for this trial period? Gave a discovery deadline of 31 days before trial. I calculate that using the rules of general practice and judicial administration, what is it, 2505? At June 21st of 2024, it's my understanding she was listed on July 12th, well past. My mind is just swimming with questions.
Okay. Judge, she was disclosed in the discovery that went out in 2021. Her initial reports, it's voluminous. It's in the discovery. What was omitted unintentionally was her name from the witness list. But the defense has had numerous reports of Kim Griffin. She is a coordinator at CPT, and she was involved in some of the previous allegations, the investigation of some of the previous allegations against Doug Benefield.
All right. So her reports went out.
Yes.
Related to some CPT or CPS investigation.
Yes.
But she wasn't listed.
Correct. Her name was not listed. It was an inadvertent mistake. I actually thought her name was listed all this time. I went back to look and realized that there was someone else named Kim, first name Kimberly or Kim, and that must have been why I thought she was listed. So I immediately, and this was on June 3rd, or when I spoke to Ms. Griffin in preparation for trial, she indicated to me that she had some typed notes. So I immediately gave those to the defense, and that was on the 3rd of July. Those notes were not in my possession until the 3rd of July, but they basically pretty much reiterate what's already in the documents that were already given over to the defense. Still at this point, I thought her name was on the witness list. It wasn't until I realized my mistake on the 12th that she was actually listed as a witness, on the witness list. So yes, her name was listed late. She has been a part of this discovery. Her reports have been in discovery. It's not like she is a new, unexpected witness. I think everyone knew about her all along. And it was an inadvertent mistake that she was not.
But I wouldn't know, putting myself in the shoes of Mr. Taylor, how do I know, is she A, B, or C? So I get these reports. You don't list her. That tells me she doesn't have information related to this matter. You give me these reports. She's not listed as A, B, or C, telling me that, hey, she has information, and I can depose her, or no, she's off limits. I can't depose her.
And I would assume that the defense would not know, Judge. But the state is obligated to list every witness that is listed in discovery. So technically, every witness whose name shows up in discovery should be listed in discovery, and her name, by virtue of not being there, is an indication that there was a mistake, because it should have been in there to begin.
Or she's not relevant. She has no information related to the matter.
Okay. And that may be true. But
I'm just saying, if we're going to make assumptions, there's other assumptions that could fit that scenario.
Yes. As an aside, this witness is available for deposition and can be deposed this week. I just deposed Barbara Russell on Friday. So we are continuing discovery right up until trial. It's not unusual. While I wish this had not happened and I wish I had listed her name earlier, I think it is, there is a remedy, and that if the defense would like to depose her, I anticipate her testimony is only going to mirror what is in her reports. So it's no new information. She would not be testifying as an expert. The word expert is next to her name because in our system, typically when she is listed in child abuse cases, when she testifies in child abuse cases, she is an expert forensic interviewer. So she's listed as an expert at the state attorney's office, but she did not conduct a forensic interview in this case. So her testimony would be non-expert testimony, pure factual, based on the information that came in and what transpired after that.
All right. So this is one of those situations where going from practitioner to judge becomes so pronounced. You guys have been living this case for almost 4 years now. So when you tell me it's in her notes, her testimony is going to mirror what's in her reports, that means something to you all. It means zero to me. What is she going to testify about? She's a fact witness. What does she know about the homicide that occurred on whatever day it was, September 27th of 2020? I mean, how is she relevant?
She will testify about the previous reports, how we had
There was a deputy that
Detective
testified.
Moreland testifying about the criminal aspect.
And I limited what he could say.
Exactly. And her testimony would be similar, the child protection end of it, but also limited in what she can say. But that would be the information that she would testify about.
Is it the same incidents?
Yes.
Right, because it gets reported, 1-800-96-ABUSE, calls made, it gets routed to CPS or CPT. I still get confused about who's what and who's who.
Right.
Miss Glenn, I'm just going to do this for real quick and then we're going to take your plea.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to make you wait.
That's no problem.
Thank you.
I got time.
It gets routed there. It may just stay in I say DP world because the dependency cases, right? Maybe it just stays with CPS or MSO, their child protective team. Maybe there's also a criminal investigation, so it could open a CF or an MM case.
Right.
It could also turn into a DP, a dependency case. And then, of course, all of those things could then also be part of a DR case. Right. And we have some of that here. I guess my question is, I think I already made the ruling over the defendant's objection that I would allow Detective Moreland to testify at the trial, essentially what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing.
Yes.
And now you're saying, and we want another person to come in and testify about those exact same things.
Judge, it's from a different angle. It is from the child protection team angle. And as Your Honor just said, they're two very different, they have different goals. They have different jobs. And so I think it's important that the same thing happened in two different agencies that have different goals. The detective is talking solely about criminal charges. CPT and CPS is speaking specifically about DR cases or, dependency cases. So it's for two very different reasons that they're each doing evaluations. And the fact that neither law enforcement nor the family realm proceeded with charges or cases. I think it's important to differentiate between the criminal world and the family world, and that is two different sectors, and that they could do two different things, and neither one of them did.
But I still never got this clear answer. There was a DP case. Was there a dependency?
Yes.
Which, again, I've already put all of my questions about that are still unanswered. All right, let me go ahead and take a break. I do want to be respectful of Miss Glenn's time and take this plea because she did have 11 o'clock booked. So why don't you guys take about a 15-minute break? I'll take the plea, and then we'll get right back to it with your rebuttal, Mr. Taylor. Are you going to take this, or do you want me to call? Okay. Yeah, are you calling digital? Thank you so much.
So there you go, 15-minute break. It's interesting, isn't it? Thank you, Elsie, for becoming a member. Welcome to Paddington Club. Thank you for that. I look forward to the evidence. Yeah, I mean, I encourage all of you to not make your minds up yet until we hear what the evidence presents, what it looks like, what the arguments are going to be, what her defense is going to be, what the charges in full are going to be. It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. So let's, this has been going on September 2020. This incident occurred. So it's been, I'm not sure why the long delay. I don't know why. She's very small and she's very beautiful. Yes, I agree. Ah, thank you. So we'll just see. We'll just see if it's going to be okay. But I think it's quite interesting for case. I think there's going to be a lot of law in it, I think. Back and forward. And I think the detail in the pudding is going to be very, as in what the charges are going to be. She's not in jail, no. She's on bail. She's on bail. Hello, Keith. How are we doing? Hope you're well. The courts take so long. Yeah, I there's something telling me that there used to be another judge on it, and something happened. And that's why this judge came in then. This was supposed to be tried last year, but there's been issues. Jonathan Dylan took the midnight train with Doc. We took the midnight train. I can hear them in the background. It is very interesting. I think so. I've been following it for over a year now. I don't see this judge allowing this witness in. He shouldn't really. Do we have any body cam footage or anything? There are pictures and stuff for that, but as I say, I want to see what they bring in. Do you know what I mean? So you can see pictures and stuff. I'm not sure about body cam itself, but it'll be interesting. This is why I always say to people: wait until you see what's presented at trial. It'll all come in, you know. So, Keith, good morning, love. Hey, Jen, this is Keith. Keith, Jen's been waiting for you to get up, Keith. Come on, Keith. There's just a city boy living down in Welshie lands. King's Detroit. Don's just a city boy living in a Welshie land. There you go, Keith. Look at Keith. He's a smooth operator. Smooth operator, Keith. Hey, well done, Keith. You punching there, Keith. Well done, fella. We noticed you got, yeah. So I got another one of these and one of these, but these are brand new. These are brand new. Whoops. Lol, yeah. He's been super straightforward by block letter law through this. Yes. I think he's a good judge so far. I'm a smoothie, smooth criminal. Dun, 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 dun. Smooth criminal. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. I bet New York City has a Welsh team. To Welsh town. Probably. Thank you, thank you. Haha. From Journey to Sade. Do you think the week after going to be opening statement? Yes, I believe so, Christine. I have to guess, I would say the earliest will be is Monday afternoon. The latest will be, I think, Tuesday. I think Tuesday, maybe. Smooth Operator. This Keith, that is his new name now. Smooth Operator Keith. He's done well with Jen. Fair play. I had to go back to remember this case. I personally don't think they got a murder conviction in this case. However, a lesser charge is definitely there to get convicted of. I'm not sure what the charges are. I think it's second degree. I don't know if there's anything else. I did follow this a year ago, but things have changed so much since then. So, oh, I'm sorry, Moon. Goodness, sorry. I'm tired. I'm sorry though. I know I need to cover because I'm tired. I've been doing a lot of stuff today. Jill Rogers says, Dylan, really interesting case for sure. Not sure how they can say self-defense though, going to SWAT up. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not going to look any more into it until we come Monday. I want to see the actual evidence go in. I don't remember enough to say which way. I just know she's innocent unless proven guilty. So, ba a little wa ba 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 bam shaka wa wa bam shaka wa wa. I've got to go. Thanks. Hey, no worries, Joyce. See you later, my darling. Take care, buddy. See you later, my darling. Casey, the defense doesn't seem very dynamic, but I was spoiled with Jackson and Eddie. Yeah. Oh shit, sorry, Moon. If you heard there's a motion left over. I said this morning about whether the paralegals are allowed to stay on the bench or not. And because this attorney is like, basically, this attorney can't fulfill his duties, he doesn't believe, for Ashley Benefield if he hasn't got a paralegal next to him because he gets tired. So he needs someone to help with exhibits, evidence. Also, he needs somebody to speak to Ashley Benefield to explain what's going on. Because he feels like he's going to be too tired, especially over a course of a couple of weeks. But the Commonwealth, the prosecutors have they denied it and said no, we don't want that to happen. We don't want a paralegal there. So the judge is going to rule on that today, and jury instructions as well. See you tomorrow, Joyce. That sounded mildly natural. Boom, shaka, wow, wow. Boom, shaka, wow, wow. That was epic. I might need a coffee. I've been up since 4 a.m. Oof. Get a coffee, Mugundas. I might believe this chick more if she busts out a nutcracker routine. I like receipts. I like big butts and I cannot lie. I like receipts and I cannot lie. Right, where we at, people? If you haven't done so, please make sure you do this. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. If you notice, that was my Travis Rudolph top when I'm singing that. So my Travis Rudolph top there. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's Dylan's number, so call him maybe. Moon goodness, I get it. It's been up since then too, but why am I back on my frozen peas on it now? Oh no. Hey Donna. Hey FM 2.0. Hey 2.0, we were talking about you earlier on. We were giving you a shout out. You and Sean gave you a shout out earlier on. Make sure the people go and subscribe to Potentially Criminal, because we all love Potentially Criminal, and we all love his better half, who is FM 2.0. So there you go, my darling. Hope you're well. Call Me Maybe coming up next. Call Me Maybe, baby. Are you covering Karen's hearing? Yes, I am. I will be, yes. I shall be. That song when there. I forgot the song already. I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. Sean Martin for Senate. Someone needs to move into JD's office. Hallmark Channel, Christmas in July, Christmas movies. We love it. I love Christmas. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bell rock. I love Christmas. Morning, Dennis Sweeney. Dennis Sweeney. How we doing, fella? Morning, brother. Got to catch up. Doing yard work. Hot, I can imagine. Thank you to Brenda. I've not looked at the pictures yet. I've kept them in aside. I'll respond to her when I look at the pictures from yesterday. I'll have to put them in into the montage. But hello, Dennis. Hello, Brenda. Hey, Jill, it's not finished yet, Jill. Just remember that. We've still got more to come today. Just remember. But if you have to go, you have to go. That's fine. See you Monday, Jill. I'm not sure what time we're doing stuff Monday because there's jury selection. So it might be nothing in the morning. What I might do is do the Karen trial and then do this afterwards. I don't know. See you, Jill. Happy days, Dennis. Normally I respond to her, but I've not looked at it. Been too busy then. So I've not had a chance to properly. I've seen it. I just need to look at them and put them into montage. But we love the Sweeneys. We were singing out as. No, not singing out yet. Not singing out yet. No. They're on a quarter of an hour break, which is ending in about 2 minutes. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Come to the alternate corner where it's always Christmas and we don't give a shit what the lyrics are. Yes, definitely don't give a shit what the lyrics are. I don't know the friggin' lyrics. Don't stop me now, 'cause I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. No, that's not the song, is it? Don't stop believing. Don't stop. Yeah, that's the song, isn't it? For Mighty Meat. Absolutely. The Jill, like Jill, or no, it's Jill, as in Jill, Jill.
All right, we are back on the
We're
record
back.
in State versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. Again, I appreciate your indulgence as I took that plea. I know there's been multiple hearings that we've had where I've had to interrupt your guys' flow. It's just the nature of a busy criminal division, so I appreciate you being flexible. Before I go to Mr. Taylor, a couple more questions for the state. If this is getting into your work product privilege. I certainly understand, but I'm going to ask my questions anyway. You know me, if you say you're not comfortable answering because it's privileged, that's absolutely fine. Because I don't think you are required to divulge trial strategy and so forth. What did you, all right, first, was Miss Griffin the investigator on the, I'm just going to say CPS, the CPS investigations?
Yes.
Did you intend, or were you going to seek for her to go beyond what I allowed Detective Moreland to testify to?
I would not say go beyond, but I think the things that she looks at, and she had contact with the defendant at times, there are different aspects that she was involved in, but ultimately, no, nothing other than some version of no charges were filed, whatever it is in that realm.
If I remember correctly, I allowed Detective Moreland to say who he was, that he'd been in his experience and so forth. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was the date that a complaint was received, the essential nature of the complaints, that an investigation was completed, a criminal investigation was completed, and then no charges were filed.
Correct.
What beyond that, adapting those questions and answers to the CPS, CPT realm, were you seeking to get in?
Nothing, other than adapting it to that realm.
Are there any defendant statements that Ms. Griffin was going to testify to?
No, not to my knowledge. Other than I would have to look again at the reports that were provided to make sure if there were any statements. They have been provided if there were.
I forget, whose motion is this? It's yours. So I'm coming back to you for rebuttal. So this is my only chance with you.
Okay.
I'd like to say it's my last question, but you never know with me. My final question would be this. If you could address the 403 issue that I'm thinking about, and that being that the probative value of Kim Griffin's testimony is substantially outweighed by the danger of needless presentation of cumulative evidence, confusion of the issues, and misleading of the jury on this point. It's my understanding that, and I seem to recall there were 4 cases that Brian Moreland testified about.
Yes.
All right. Each one of those generated from a singular phone call or a singular report. And for my purposes, I'm just going to say phone call. Just assume all 4 of them were 1-800-96-ABUSE, although it doesn't have to happen like that. And then from there, you have a CPS investigation. That's one branch, which then could lead into stops there, or it could lead into the child protection team. Could also then branch off from there to a dependency, which would be Department of Children and Families. Could also have criminal charges, and as I said, the domestic relations. I used CF, MM, DP, and DR previously to help me keep the case type straight. Would it not be misleading to the jury to allow Detective Moreland to testify about these 4 incidents and the criminal investigations, and allow Ms. Griffin to testify about her 4 investigations, even with the, I'll call it throttled down information or limited information that I'm allowing with Detective Moreland? Can you address my concern that may mislead the jury that, hey, under your theory that Ms. Benefield is the one that made these calls to advance her self-interest. Well, now it's sort of misleading. Were there 8 reports? But there were only 4.
And that would not be the intent of the state. It would be to address it as though they were 4 calls, and this is what law enforcement did, and this is what the CPT, CPS side of it did. And in neither one did the defendant get the satisfaction that she was looking for, either because, and I do not believe it's cumulative because it's 2 different aspects. It's criminal and family, and neither the family realm nor the criminal realm gave the defendant what she was seeking. And I think it's fair for the state to put on each of those realms to say, yes, we investigated, we did what we normally do, and we did not go forward.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Was that everything?
Yes.
I didn't want to cut you off. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Now, I want to start off by telling Your Honor, CPT does not conduct investigations, period. They are not investigators. For Kimberly Griffin to be described as an investigator is not correct. She may have been a manager. She is not an investigator. CPT does not conduct investigations. That's number 1. Number 2, the court may recall, I mentioned earlier that the state's theory initially, as long as Judge Moreland's pronouncement was admissible, was that created the motivation for Miss Benefield to kill her husband because she knew that Dr. Broder's report was to be released 3 days later. Now, the courts prohibited the state from using Judge Moreland's pronouncement. So they have pivoted, and now what they're going to do is they're going to say that failure to receive satisfaction from any of these child abuse allegations created the motivation for Miss Benefield to shoot Douglas Benefield. Now, here's the problems that they have with this. And here's instinctively where I believe the court is having problems reconciling it. First of all, the court ruled as to Deputy Moreland that he would be limited, no different than the court ruled as to the domestic violence injunction that Judge Moreland denied. Deputy Moreland would be able to say they received the complaint, no action was taken, the end. No comments one way or the other. Well, the problem with this is by implication, if not by actual design, they want to disclose to the jurors that the person making the report, the allegation is Ashley Benefield. If nothing else, the court has got to realize from the law that we provided, Your Honor, they cannot disclose.
Before you go much further, I'm pretty sure they put in writing that they're not going to argue that or present that testimony or evidence.
Right.
Okay. I think they put that in writing.
Okay. Then what could the relevance of this possibly be? What is Kimberly Griffin, who is disclosed at the last minute, going to add that Deputy Moreland is not going to present? I think the implication is because she's from CPT, it raises the issue of child abuse and whether or not allegations made were vindicated. We got enough to do in this case dealing with the charge of second-degree murder. The trial's not supposed to be about whether or not the allegations of abuse were founded or unfounded, true or false. And I think under 403, it very well may create in the minds of the jurors, well, let's see, okay, the deputy came in and said there had been some matters investigated, but nothing came of it. Well, why is child protection here? What is that all about? Was there something going on that we don't know about? I think it's an opportunity for contamination of the trial with nothing really to be gained. She's not going to add anything of significance, hence the court's evaluation under 403. What's the probative value? There is no relevance to it. It adds absolutely nothing to what Deputy Moreland is going to say. Additionally, look, Judge, I attached it even to my response on the last page. It couldn't be any clearer. This is from the report from CPT. Confidential dissemination of this material is restricted under Florida Statute Section 39.2026. This is precluded from being presented to a jury.
Well, we need to kind of step past that. I mean, you've been doing criminal defense long enough. I assume, were you with the state in the past?
Have I what?
Have you been with the state in the past? Have you done both sides? Were you a prosecutor at any point?
Yes, state and federal.
All right. CPT videos are introduced into evidence in child sex cases. The interviews with the minor victims are put into evidence all the time, and the records can come in. So there are exceptions for records to be admitted into other criminal proceedings.
I was just going to say to the court, you're absolutely right, and that exception was added to the statute several years ago. There is no exception for this. If the court looks at the statute, there is no exception to call some CPT case manager to disclose things that are not entitled to be disseminated. And even if there was, what is the probative value? What is it going to add that Deputy Moreland is not going to provide? Further, it raises the issue and puts me in the position that, and the court knows how testimony is, if something comes out, we have two complaints that were filed in this case by independent third parties, both professionals, one a pediatrician and the other a psychologist. Independently, they called in child abuse complaints to DCF or CPT. If I get a statement by this witness that's adverse to Ms. Benefield, I have to go there. That's going to open up a can of worms. Once again, that's going to jeopardize the jury's consideration of what's at play here. And why are we doing it? What is the probative value that puts us in the position to risk that? There is none. And even if the court gets past what a late disclosure this was, even though they've now withdrawn her as an expert, it's still inappropriate. It was late. I'm 5 days out from trial. I don't have the time to chase a deposition now, and it adds nothing, and I think the court should deny it.
Let me ask you this. As you've noticed with several of my rulings over the last couple of months, I hesitate to make a pretrial ruling that tells either party, you may not call this witness. I think I've demonstrated that.
Yes.
With the understanding that I've already made the ruling, detective or deputy, whatever his name is, Moreland. Moreland can, now I can't say Moreland because then we're going to confuse the other one. I'm just going to say Detective Moreland. That's how I remember it. With the knowledge that I've allowed already that Detective Moreland can testify to these 4 complaints, criminal matters that came to his division, when the essential allegations, they were investigated, closed with no charges being filed. Is again, I don't want to limit myself, but I seem to think that that's the ruling. if the state was allowed to elicit from Detective Moreland that those same complaints were also sent to the Child Protective Team, they conducted their separate investigation, and nothing was, was anything filed? See, that's where I'm going to run into a problem, because there was a dependency case. I don't know which ones, I don't know which of these four, or was it some other investigation that led to the filing of the dependency case?
Well, let me remind the court of something. We objected to Deputy Moreland's testimony, and the basis for Your Honor's conclusion that it was admissible, at least the dichotomy that the court seemed to draw on, was that as a deputy, as part of a criminal inquiry, the court was going to allow it. Okay, we disagree, but we'll live with it. Now, though, we're over on the other side, completely away from that justification. And we're into the workings of CPT and what the implications of it are. And I'm only telling the court, particularly because there were two independent professionals who called in complaints.
Of the four that we're talking about?
I don't know if that was included in the four or not, but I'm telling the court that the pediatricians called in, as did one of the psychologists. I'm going to have to go there. And as soon as I go there, it's going to leave them wondering. And I'm just saying to the court, what is the prize that is allowing the court to consider taking that step and letting us go down that road? What is to be gained by Kimberly Griffin coming in and essentially, from the court's own questioning of Ms. O'Donnell, saying what the deputy had to say? What's the point? And I think it just opens us up to a problem with nothing to be gained. And I think that's overlooking and getting past the untimely discovery. So
that's still on the table.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cut you off.
Right. And not to mention the confidentiality of this information. I mean, I put it in on response. It's pretty clear, Judge.
Mr. Donald, I do have to come back to you, though, because as I was thinking about, the excluding a witness, I think we can all agree the case law is very clear. The exclusion of a witness is one of the most extreme sanctions or decisions that a trial court can make when it comes to the time leading up to a trial. And the appellate courts have very clearly spelled out that that should be the very last option after looking at and considering and trying every other reasonable option that's available. So that's where I started thinking, and I'm just going to lay it out here so we can have this discussion so we can try and get this done. Well, what if I allowed the state to bring in through Detective Moreland that along with his criminal investigation, that initial report goes two different places. There's criminal investigation, there's CPS or CPT investigation, and he investigated his end. It was closed. And, Detective, just tell us briefly what the CPT is. I'm sure you could give a very generic overview of what they are and how, even though they're both in the sheriff's office, they are siloed in different departments. You just have him say, my cases were closed with no charges, but then I started thinking, well, some of these may have been the complaints that resulted in the dependency cases, and so it wouldn't fit. So how did you plan on addressing that with, first, were any of the cases, the four, I assume, cases Ms. Griffin was going to talk about, did any of those lead to the dependency case?
I'm not aware of that. And I apologize, Judge, because I've never done family court, so I'm not aware. I don't know what the difference is between dependency and domestic relations. They had a dissolution of marriage and issue of time sharing with the child pending for most of this, so I don't know if that qualifies as a dependency case.
That's a DR case. That's a
Okay.
domestic relations.
Okay, so that's what was pending. It wasn't dependency until, it's my understanding, until after the homicide happened, then it became a dependency case.
Oh.
So I think it was just, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it was all DR, domestic related with marriage and time sharing and that type of thing, and criminal.
Okay. I don't know the words to express how illuminating you just said and how it makes me go back and think about a lot of things. I have been operating under the premise that there was a dependency case, and I've asked this multiple times. Who is Broder? How was he involved? Who appointed him? Where did he come from? What I understood from the Stand Your Ground was that he came from the CPS world, and it was part of a dependency case, which is, and the simple difference is this. Dependency is the state of Florida saying, for whatever reason, your child is now in need of services. You are unable to care for your child, whether it's lack of protection or affirmative abuse, whatever it may be, and we are going to temporarily remove that child from you. And there's going to be a parenting plan, and you need to do X, Y, and Z over this time frame. And if you don't successfully complete X, Y, and Z, we may then terminate your parental rights. It's the state of Florida's action against the parent. Domestic relations is mother or father, if it's a paternity, or husband and wife, or husband and husband, or wife and wife. Whatever the relationship is dissolving that legally created union between the two. Or, of course, in the case of paternity, there was no prior lawful union between them, but there's a child, and now we have to establish, is this man the biological and legal father of the child? And then we start talking about the time sharing and the child support and everything else. That's a very simple explanation. So the investigations that So I still don't know how Broder got involved. Was he CPS?
He is a contractor for CPT.
Mm-hmm.
And what they ended up doing was what's called a multidisciplinary meeting. So CPT, CPS, law enforcement, everyone got together and talked about things and recommended that they have the psychological evaluation by Dr. Broder.
All right. That sounds to me like a precursor to a dependency case. Again, I have not practiced. When I was in private practice, I didn't do dependencies, and I have not sat on the dependency bench yet. So I'm not as intimately familiar as I may seem. But I guess what I'm saying is Broder was involved before the homicide.
Yes.
And so Broder must have been involved through CPS or CPT as a result of one of these 4 calls.
It was a result of the multidisciplinary meeting after the 4 calls. Because the calls kept coming in, and they were concerned that this kept happening, and we want to see if we can get to the bottom of why this keeps happening. And so then they called in Dr. Broder.
All right. And then so what I've allowed for Detective Moreland, he finishes with, and no charges were filed.
Correct.
It's closed. Whatever language I allowed. If you put Griffin on the stand, she's not going to conclude the same way.
Right. She will I don't know what the terminology is that they don't recommend that anything be done other than counseling and evaluations or whatever. You know what I mean? They don't make a recommendation like charges be filed. It's their terminology.
How does that fit in with your theory?
Well, first,
hold on, I'm coming back. How does that fit in with your theory?
Well, because if it's not going to go the criminal route, they could still go the family route to take away this child, or take away, get the father away from the child, or get the mother away from the child, or they have different avenues that they can use in a situation other than criminal charges.
Okay. Anything else? Because I am going to go back, because I want to give you the opportunity, because I raised some new issues.
Yeah, if you give me just
Thank you.
one more.
Of course, yeah. Like I said, I raised some additional issues, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to rebut those or address them.
In response to what Ms. O'Donnell just had to say, this is a criminal case with a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. What CPT does, and whether or not they could pursue something else, it doesn't comport with that standard. They have no obligation to meet that standard. It's basically a civil agency. It is not part of the Sheriff's Department, CPT. They're part of the Department of Health. And as far as Broder goes, so that the court perhaps now begins to see what I've been trying to point out all along, Broder was hired by CPT. And that's the reason why Broder's report comes under the auspices of CPT and the confidentiality of CPT. And Broder himself, in his deposition, said his client was CPT. That's who hired him. So he should have never been allowed to testify, and his testifying was a breach of that duty and that statute. I want to also tell the court that and I want to draw a real clear distinction for Your Honor. Yes, exclusion of a witness, I believe in the words of the case law, the court quoted it correctly, is a drastic remedy, the last remedy to be considered. That applies, and that standard applies to exclusion of a witness based upon a discovery violation. Here, we have a whole different consideration by the court. The court is not excluding a witness because of a discovery violation. The court is evaluating the relevance of that witness's testimony and concluding that that testimony is not relevant. It does not have any probative value under 403. And further, under 403, it may create confusion of the issues and raise something that presents a problem to fair trial. So the court is excluding the testimony based on that basis. The court is not excluding the witness because of a discovery violation. It's a different standard, Judge White. Does the court have any questions?
No, I'm ready. All right, thank you both very much. So multiple issues, and I know the defense has just said that this is not a discovery violation. However, the magic words of Richardson don't have to be uttered. I am going to conduct a full Richardson evaluation because the failure to conduct a Richardson hearing, even when the magic words are not used, is fundamental error. And so I am going to conduct a Richardson evaluation.
I'm assuming that by virtue of the argument that we've had, the court is going to get past the discovery aspect of this.
So to start with that, under Richardson, when it's alleged or intimated that there has been a late discovery, late listing or a discovery violation, the court is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. The determinations there are whether the discovery violation was willful or inadvertent, trivial or substantial, and what the prejudice is to the party that is the recipient of the discovery violation. In this particular case, I will find, based upon the competent substantial evidence that is before me, that it was an inadvertent failure to list Kimberly Griffin as a witness. It has been represented to me by the state that her reports by her were provided and were listed early on, and that it was inadvertent that her name was not placed on the witness list. Certainly, had she been there, it could have been an A, B, or C, and the defense could have either taken her deposition or not taken her deposition. But I do find it's inadvertent. Is it trivial or substantial? I do not find that Ms. Griffin's testimony or evidence is substantial in this matter. I think she is trivial in that she has information about unrelated matters that the state wants to discuss and intends to introduce into the trial to support its theory of prosecution. But I don't find that she's a substantial witness or an essential or material witness to the state's case. The prejudice to the trial preparation, I have not heard a significant amount about how the defendant would have altered or changed her trial preparation by the disclosure or the lack of disclosure for Ms. Griffin. To be frank, I don't think it sounds to me like there would have been much change or alterations to the defendant's trial prep for the essential information I'm allowing through Detective Moreland. When I make my 403 analysis in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about this prejudice again, but for purposes of Richardson, I've not heard that the defense would have substantially altered or changed its trial prep. So having conducted the Richardson hearing, I find that there is not a Richardson violation. Getting to the substance of the testimony, on the issue of whether it's relevant or not, I think it's relevant from the state's perspective to support their theory of defense that I don't need to rehash was laid out throughout the Stand Your Ground hearing and the other hearings we've been to. So I'll find it's relevant for the state's purposes. The admissibility issue, I think that I could address, if I were to allow it, I could address the admissibility by stripping down, Ms. Griffin's testimony to just the essential allegations as I allowed Detective Moreland. And I could certainly require either a limiting instruction or require testimony to be clear that Ms. Griffin and Detective Moreland are referencing the same complaints. And they may have to check that because I don't know yet. I haven't received competent substantial evidence that they were the same 4 complaints. But I'm going to operate on the presumption that they were. The reason Detective Moreland's testimony works is it's relevant to the state's position, and I'm able to avoid problems with 403 by limiting what he's allowed to testify to. My concern with Ms. Griffin, as I expressed earlier, is the fact that it appears that one or more of those phone calls that Detective Moreland is going to say didn't result in criminal charges, on the CPT side of it, resulted in some sort of action, whether we're going to call it a dependency case, they opened that, but it just wasn't filed, whether it was called a staffing, whatever it was called. I haven't received testimony or evidence what they call it, but some sort of action by the Child Protective Team to address those allegations, because we've got meetings with CPT, we've got these interviews that I've heard about,
We've got Dr. Broder being brought in. From the testimony I remember at the Stand Your Ground hearing, he seemed to have been involved for several months, meeting with everybody multiple times, hours and hours of observation time and interview time with the parties. And my concern is Ms. Griffin's testimony is going to be, yes, as CPT, we did these investigations, and we felt there was enough for us to get Dr. Broder involved and at least take some sort of agency action. And to the extent that I said earlier, I think that could confuse the issues. And at that point, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues to the jury, and misleading of the jury as to how many complaints were actually made. But I don't disagree with the defense, is that if then Ms. Griffin is allowed to testify that based upon these complaints, yes, we did take some action and Dr. Broder was brought in and we did these, whatever it's called in their nomenclature, I'm just going to call it a staffing. I think basically what I'm asking for there and what I'm going to allow or have to allow for the defendant to fully address those issues is we're going to have a mini dependency trial within this murder trial. And if my rulings before haven't been clear, at least implicitly clear, this is a homicide trial, a murder trial. I'm trying to avoid having a family law, domestic relations, divorce, child custody, child time sharing trial within this murder trial. I'm trying to avoid having a criminal trial of other criminal charges that may or may not be appropriate in this murder trial. I'm trying to avoid having a dependency case in this trial within a trial, just to keep everybody focused on the issues. And I've tried to give latitude to both sides to follow their theories and present their defenses and their arguments on the state side. But the nets that both sides are casting are just getting a little bit too wide. So based upon that,
Judge, can I just clarify something real quickly? I wasn't sure. I know that you said that the CPT did recommend a staffing. The staffing was basically to evaluate why the defendant kept making allegations. It wasn't against.
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, the way you said it made it sound like it was against maybe Doug Benefield. I don't know. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I have. That's what I'm trying to say is I have zero idea.
Okay.
What was it for? Did they put some credence in some of these complaints? Did they finally realize that this is a repeated false allegations we need to get? I don't know. I have zero idea.
That was why.
All right. So at this point, and this is just a motion in limine, but based upon what I've heard so far, no, I would not allow Ms. Griffin to testify on the 403 grounds. I think it's just going to, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues, misleading of the jury. So I am going to, I don't even know what I'm granting. I'm going to term it, I'm going to grant the defense's motion in limine to prevent Ms. Griffin from testifying. That obviates the need, obviously, for a Daubert because the state had already said they weren't an expert. She wasn't an expert. Now, that's a motion in limine. We may get to trial and there may be a proffer for the actual trial itself, and I'll address it then. State, I think certainly you might have certain appellate rights before trials that you can avail yourselves of. That's why I'm making a fairly clear ruling that based on what I've heard so far, I am not allowing her on 403 grounds. Okay, that was the second part of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where'd my list go? So I've got jury questionnaires, I've got paralegal sitting at defense table, and I've got my colloquy. Which one do you want to handle first?
Up to you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go with questionnaires. So you propounded, state you're objecting?
Yes.
The state objected to it in its entirety.
All right, let me lay this out too, because I don't know if you want to incorporate this in. There was discussion. Actually, back in May, when I started talking about jury selection issues, I don't recall talking specifically about a customized jury questionnaire. The first thing I remember that's conscious in my mind is maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, my judicial assistant came in and said the defense wanted to know if I was fundamentally opposed to jury questionnaires.
Okay.
First, there was an email. She came in and said something along the lines of, how do you feel about jury questionnaires? And my response was, well, the parties need to talk amongst themselves if they want to do that. And I think she said that from Mr. Taylor's office, the question was actually rephrased of, are you opposed to them? And the answer is no, I'm not opposed to them. They can be very valuable in certain cases. And that's where I left it. I wasn't asked, am I going to do them? Will I allow them? It was just, am I fundamentally opposed to them? And the answer was no. And then Mr. Taylor had sent some. I don't have them printed out, but I have them by email. And it was my understanding that the state was objecting.
That's correct.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is objecting on multiple grounds. The first being this jury questionnaire. I should say, Judge, there was some conversation between Ms. O'Donnell and Mr. Taylor about whether or not we would agree. And the state's position was if the juror questionnaire was focused and as to media, or if the jury had heard about the case. We then received, I believe July 3rd, this 28-page juror questionnaire. I think it has 90 questions with some additional exhibits or additional responses on it. The state would object, 83 questions, sorry, that this would be asking the jury some very pointed questions where in a vacuum, where they have not been explained by Your Honor or during the morning session, what their obligations are as a juror, the rules regarding what they're allowed to consider, what they're not allowed to consider, those kinds of things. And the state feels that that would be inappropriate based on the type of questions. Additionally, the types of questions here some of them are already handled by our short questionnaire. Some of them are extremely intrusive. Have you ever had a divorce case? When was it? Have you heard of the Me Too movement? Do you agree with statements about Me Too? Political questions? Has anybody in your family ever been divorced or been in a family law case? Those kind of things that seem inappropriate. And procedurally, I don't know how this would be accomplished because the juror, even if it had gone out on the 3rd, you'd be asking jurors at home to fill out a 28-page questionnaire and then somehow have the state and the defense digest that material for jury selection on Monday, which it would take a day or days to go through 70, I don't know how many jurors Your Honor requested, 70 jurors, 30 questions, 30 pages of information each. I don't know the number, but.
Well, no, the panel is going to be 70.
Okay. So
I asked them to summon 500.
Okay. Right. So I can't even imagine having to deal with that with this questionnaire. I did find a case it's called State v. Thayer. I brought copies. Ms. O'Donnell found a case, I should say. And it's, would you mind? It's 528 Southern 2nd, 67. It's from 1988, and it is the 4th DCA. And it just discusses, this was a 36 question questionnaire. And it said numerous subparts submitted to the prospective jurors that probe the jurors' politics, religion, social views, hobbies, books read, what if any bumper stickers they had, which many of those questions are on this questionnaire, and they found it was improper and went far beyond the questions that might ordinarily be asked. But I thought the most telling part is that the court said, many of such questions could be unnecessarily embarrassing to a citizen who, according to the record here, is admonished in the proposed questionnaire that you are required by law to promptly answer, and if he does not, he will be guilty of contempt. This questionnaire does not say that, but this questionnaire requires them to sign and says that you are expected to sign, your answers will have the same effect as a statement given in court under oath. So I think it's a very similar type of admonishment to the jurors. We're asking you to fill out this obtrusive, lengthy questionnaire, and consider it sworn under oath. And I just think it's improper, and the state objects.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor.
I am happy to say that this is one of the few occasions when all of us have the same objective. We all, both the state and the defense, as well as the court, want a panel of fair and impartial jurors. So that's the first thing we can agree upon. The second thing we can agree upon is that this is one of those many matters that comes within the sound discretion of the trial court. So my inquiry about whether the court was fundamentally opposed was before I commissioned such a questionnaire. If the answer was no, well, that was the end of it. That was not the answer that I received. I'm repeating this not to attribute any responsibility. I then immediately provided the state with the proposed questionnaire. Now, as the court might guess, in formulating the questionnaire, I erred on the side of liberality, including every question, ideally, that I would like to know. Of course, governed by proper restraints and reasonableness. The state's response, rather than parsing the questions, was, hell no, we object to the whole thing.
Judge,
Get lost.
State didn't speak like that.
Well, that was my editorial, sorry. Now, what I would have intended was that they would have gone through the questionnaire and they would have sent it back with 15, 20, 30 questions stricken. I would have looked at them, no different than the 9/11 transcript. I would have either thrown them out and said, okay, here's what's left. Can we submit it to Judge White? Instead, they just took the position, we object in total. Fine.
Bless you.
I then sent the court the questionnaire, fully expecting that Your Honor would edit the questionnaire according to what the court felt was appropriate. I stand before the court today now with that same position. I am happy, given the fact that we all agree on the objective, to send out whatever the court reasonably believes is a fair inquiry to help us in the jury selection. I know if we can have a jury in one day rather than in 3, that's going to benefit all of us. I don't know what the jurors' predispositions are. We don't find that out until we put them in the box and we question each one. So it's not only a time-saving opportunity, but again, I'm more than happy to have the court purge whatever questions the court thinks are inappropriate. What we would be left with would be some kind of guide as to what we're dealing with, so that each side could then say, Judge White, before we get started, I think juror number 16, 25, 35, and 47 should be excused for cause. You look at the questionnaires, you agree, they're gone. That's it. We saved the time and energy of questioning all of them. That is still my position. So if the court wants to redact the questionnaire, which I fully expected, I'm fine with that. But I think a questionnaire is certainly more beneficial than no questionnaire.
All right, thank you. Ms. Friel, any response?
Oh, only that the state objects to it as a whole, Your Honor. Most of the questions of the state would not object to are already on our questionnaire. I mean, our questionnaire is short that we send out, that's already been sent out, but I believe it covers a lot of these things, hobbies, television, whether you're married, those kind of things that we ask in every single criminal case that Your Honor presides or I prosecute. And I just think at this late hour, even on July 3rd, there's no time. There's no time for Your Honor or the state, who has to put together a homicide case, to go through these and parse them out. And for the most part, we would object to almost every single question.
All right, thank you both very much. I have had a chance to review the defendant's proposed jury questionnaires to be sent out. And no, we're not gonna send them out. There's absolutely no time. Today is Tuesday, July 16th. The jurors are scheduled to be here on Monday, July 22nd at 8:30 a.m. to begin jury selection. That's less than a week to finalize the jury questionnaires, get them sent out to the 500 people that receive summonses. And obviously the reason, pulling back the curtain, and I'm sure everybody can figure this out, the reason we send out 500 summonses is because not everybody can make it, right? Some people have trips, some people receive a summons and they, one of the statutorily based reasons to be excused fits them. And we're attempting to get a yield of jurors to show up, from which we can then pick our trials for that day. And I've asked for 70. There is another trial going on I know of, and I think they're going to have 40 or 50 as their panel. So there's 120. There may be some civil cases and other misdemeanor cases. So I believe I asked for 500 summonses to be sent. But you never know who's going to show up or who's going to be excused. And then I have no idea of those 500, what 70 are going to be on our panel. So in order to send out this questionnaire, it would have to go to all 500. And when I would prefer to do that, and when I think is appropriate to do that, is when the summonses went out, and they went out probably 5 or 6 weeks ago. Obviously, they have to be sent out well in advance. So I'm not fundamentally opposed to jury questionnaires. I would not be opposed to a jury questionnaire in this case, but in order to do it and do it right and have meaningful responses, this issue needed to have been raised months ago. So I'm going to deny the jury questionnaires. The matters addressed will just have to be addressed during jury selection, which I will cover. I know the state is. Have you had a trial in front of me yet? Have you tried a case in front of me yet?
I have not.
All right. Then when I go through my pretrial colloquy, you'll be able to hear quite a few of the ways I do things. All right. Before I do my pretrial colloquy, though, we also had the request for paralegal to remain at counsel table. Yes, sir.
While this is probably the most significant motion, at least for the defense, that's on the court's docket for this morning, I don't know that it'll take the most amount of time. Now, simply put, as I've articulated in the motion, along with my affidavit, and I cannot draw a more poignant justification for it than what occurred in chambers or ex parte this morning, where the court made an inquiry of me that I did not know and told the court, I don't know, but if Mr. O'Keefe was here, he would know. The court was kind enough to give me an opportunity to ask Mr. O'Keefe when I came out. And of course, he gave me the answer immediately, which I advised the court of. That is precisely an example of why I have filed the motion that I have. The irony of this motion is that for some reason that court is yet to disclose, the court has refused to make a decision on this request. From all my experience, I can only tell Your Honor that I would have thought this would have been a pro forma request of the court that would have been granted straight away. That's obviously not the case. I cannot speculate as to what possible reason the court would have to deny me the assistance in the presentation of a defense on a homicide case where a young woman with a 6-year-old child is facing a 25-year sentence to life. There are 2 assistant state attorneys that are conducting the state's case. I am by myself if I do not have any assistance. As the court probably knows from its own experience, at least in my experience, respectfully, Your Honor, given some 400 felony trials, homicide cases are usually 2 counsel cases at a minimum. In a case like this, because of not only all the discovery, but all the electronic medium that's involved, the number of witnesses, the complexity of all the issues, the motions that have been filed, I don't think the court will deny that we've motioned the court with incorporated memorandum of law since day one on every significant issue. I cannot do this by myself. I don't know that I need to be singled out as incapable of that at 74. I think that that would be an impediment to just about any individual who tries a homicide case by themselves. But I am unaware of any rule or law that would preclude Jack O'Keefe sitting at counsel table to be able to assist me. The court had earlier mentioned that it would be satisfied having Jack O'Keefe sit at the bench. And for the record, the court's configuration is set up such that behind the defense table where counsel and the accused sit is a bench where the court has indicated Mr. O'Keefe would be able to sit. That bench is behind counsel table, and I'm in a position where I would not only have to turn my back on the proceedings for everything I needed to ask Mr. O'Keefe, such as what transpired this morning, and lose my attention to what's taking place, but my client, Ms. Benefield, has gone through this undertaking with Mr. O'Keefe at her side since the beginning. Mr. O'Keefe was involved in the case before I filed my notice of appearance. I believe I've been on the case going on 3 years. I was not the original attorney, it was the public defender. When I came into the case, I very quickly realized just how knowledgeable Mr. O'Keefe was. But in addition to his knowledge, he's been blessed with an eidetic memory. I am not. I cannot recall specific minutiae. Mr. O'Keefe can. He has been highly instrumental in organizing the file. All the witness files, the way that I proceed to conduct a trial, Judge White, is for every witness there is a file, Every statement related to that witness is in the file. Every memoranda that applies to that witness is in the file, as is any deposition and transcript of court testimony and any impeaching evidence. The list of witnesses in this case, both sides combined, potential witnesses, is probably more than 30. Mr. O'Keefe has helped me assemble all of those files. He has knowledge of all of those files. He is skilled at using his computer to be able to present on the overhead various documents that I would want the jurors to see. Unfortunately, life is such that the courtroom, to a certain extent, remains theater. And just like public speaking, a broken presentation, a disjointed presentation has an impact on the audience's perception of the quality of what's being advanced. I am not nearly as skilled as he. I will not be able to provide the exhibits in the same amount of time that Mr. O'Keefe can, so that the jurors can view them and so that there's minimal interruption to my cross-examination. As I've stated earlier, a cross-examination that's interrupted, just like an argument, begins to lose its gravitas. I cannot conduct this trial effectively without help. If the court, for whatever reason the court has, I'm hoping that we're going to hear and we're going to learn what it is, will not allow Mr. O'Keefe to sit with me, then I'm going to ask Your Honor to appoint counsel. We can go through the indigency status of Ms. Benefield. I can assure the court that she is in fact indigent. And when counsel is up to speed and I have the help that I need, then we can try this case. But otherwise, under these conditions, without the assistance of Mr. O'Keefe, the court is prohibiting me from not only being effective, but is rendering Ms. Benefield's right to a fair trial. The court's putting her in a position where she's going to be denied the trial that she's entitled to. That is the basis of my motion. I hope the court will allow me to have the assistance that I need. If Your Honor has any questions.
Before I go to the state, under what rule, statute, or case is this request based?
I gave the court the case law and the authority that I relied upon. I attached it to my motion. I cited it in the motion specifically, Your Honor. It was the case of Florida Greyhound Lines, Inc. versus Jones at 60 Southern 2nd, 396, page 397. This case goes back to 1952, and the defense raised as an objection the trial court's allowing an investigator to sit and aid the defense at counsel table. This is what the Florida Supreme Court had to say when they made quick work of it. The appellant also feels that an injustice was done when the judge permitted an investigator employed by the appellee's attorneys to sit at counsel table. We agree with the trial judge that this was a discretionary matter, and we have been shown nothing to indicate an abuse of that discretion or any advantage to appellees from having immediately available such advice and information as the investigator was prepared to offer. Now, you know, Your Honor, With all due respect to the trial court's discretion, this will be, make no mistake, an abuse of that discretion if Your Honor denies me the assistance that I need to ensure that my client receives a fair trial. That's my authority for it, and it comes within the trial court's discretion, and I see absolutely no reason to deny it.
And you demand me to put on the record my reasons why.
And I demand
for me to put the reasons why on the record.
Well, I think the court should state its reasons.
As a matter of discretion?
Well, this case may end up going up, Your Honor, and I want the appellate court to understand not only that I was denied assistance, I want the appellate court to understand why the trial court denied it. And I can't imagine any reason why the court would be reluctant to give us an explanation. I think we're entitled to a fair opportunity and a level playing field.
All right, anything else?
That's all.
All right, Ms. Friel?
Thank you, Judge.
As we've heard clearly, this is a discretionary matter.
Yes.
I don't have to have a reason.
I understand.
It's purely discretion. But if you'd like to be heard, you certainly can.
I would, if Your Honor would allow. I just, for the record, would like to tell Your Honor that according to Galvano Grimes, all the names listed on their website, there are 11 other barred attorneys at that firm besides Mr. Taylor, 5 of which list trial practice as one of their specialties. Another one of which also lists criminal law as one of his specialties. Mr. Taylor is attempting to hold the court hostage and force Your Honor to allow Mr. O'Keefe to sit at the table by saying that you are preventing him from getting help. You are not preventing him. The court would not be preventing him. You're preventing what the state feels as the unlicensed practice of law. Mr. Taylor says that he needs Mr. O'Keefe to respond to questions and issue my client has without having to divert my attention to the testimony. They're asking the court to be complicit in the unlicensed practice of law. That is Mr. O'Keefe practicing law. He is not in a position to answer questions about what is happening in this trial, legal issues. There's rules. The rules of unlicensed practice of law 4.5.3 say, if an activity requires the independent judgment and participation of a lawyer, it cannot be properly delegated to a non-lawyer employee. And that's what he's asking to do. The trial exhibits and folders that have all these things in them should all be done before trial begins. Mr. O'Keefe can do all those things from the audience where he belongs. The state has 2 attorneys on this case. We are attorneys. We took the bar and have worked at this job for a very long time. It is egregious for the defense counsel to ask Your Honor, to try to hold Your Honor hostage and force Your Honor to let him have a non-barred paralegal practice law in this court during a homicide trial. Especially having said to Your Honor that he's done 400 felony trials. Mr. Taylor accepted this trial, this job, this client 4 years ago. He knows his skills, and he's had 4 years to learn how to present evidence. I can't imagine that he cannot work or learn how to work a DVD player. And if he can't, then somebody who's barred could help him. Or even if Mr. O'Keefe has to walk up and turn a DVD player on, he then goes and sits in the back. So the state is objecting on many issues, but the main issue is that I think they're asking you to be complicit in the practice of law based on the affidavit that reads wildly like he's asking for that, and even the motion that says he's involved in the legal issues in this case, and the state is just asking that you deny the request to have Mr. O'Keefe sit at the table. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Taylor, rebuttal.
Briefly, yes. I'm the only attorney affiliated with Grimes Galvano that practices criminal law. Secondly, at no time did I represent, in fact, quite the contrary, I went out of my way to point out that Mr. O'Keefe will not participate in the trial itself. He does not need to be identified. He will address no one other than Miss Benefield, and he comes underneath the attorney-client privilege. And thirdly, Your Honor, in response to the state's allegation that it would be practicing law without a license, perhaps I missed the case I cited to the court, but that was an investigator, not a lawyer, and it was allowed back in 1952. So here we are in 2024.
There it is. All right, let me read the case that you cited, which is Florida Greyhound Lines versus Jones, 60 Southern 2nd, 396. Supreme Court of Florida, 1952. All right, the entire extent of the reference to an investigator employed by the appellee's attorneys to sit at counsel table, that's it. The entire thing is that little bit that was read and is reflected in the quote in the defendant's motion. It's 2 sentences, that's it. I'm not aware of any other authority supporting or preventing the request. I am well aware of the provisions when you start talking about the rule of sequestration, where certain witnesses, even if they are subject to being sequestered, can remain in the courtroom when they are there to assist the attorneys with, say, expert witnesses or their attendance as necessary. Marcy's Law has given us some examples of perhaps exceptions to the rule of sequestration, but that's all I'm aware of. The Sixth Amendment right to counsel of choice is scrupulously honored. And Ms. Benefield, by hiring Mr. Taylor, has expressed and exercised her Sixth Amendment right for her attorney of choice. I previously at another hearing, and I didn't write down the date, that I wanted to have an on-the-record colloquy with Ms. Benefield to confirm that she had read the request for paralegal to remain at counsel table and the affidavit of Mr. Taylor. She confirmed. I provided her copies in court. She confirmed that she had read them. I asked regarding some of the specific allegations in both the motion or the request and in the affidavit. And Ms. Benefield confirmed that she wanted Mr. Taylor to remain as her attorney, regardless of whether or not I granted this request. I also referenced the Florida Rules of Professional Conduct, specifically Rule 4-1.16A2. And had just expressed that I am confident Mr. Taylor is familiar with the rules of professional conduct, and if he is not physically or mentally prepared to try this case, that he has certain obligations under those rules of professional conduct in moving forward. I don't think I'm required to give an answer as to why or how I run my courtroom. I can say this: I have offered what I think to be a very reasonable resolution that Mr. O'Keefe can sit directly behind defense counsel table, which has a pew, which is a wooden pew. It's approximately, I'd say, 15 feet long, sits directly behind counsel table. And if someone is sitting comfortably at defense counsel table, you can swivel in your chair and touch the bench that's behind that table. The state would have me have Mr. O'Keefe in the audience, which would essentially just put him about 2 feet further back in a bench there. And certainly I'll note that that's where my paralegal would sit when I tried cases. But I'm attempting to come up with a reasonable resolution. So at this point, Mr. O'Keefe may not sit at counsel table. If you want, he can sit directly behind at that bench. If you prefer he not sit there, that's fine too, and he can sit in the audience. I think I don't think I need to go through the rest of my notes. It's a discretionary matter, and that is my decision. All right, now we need to finish up with my trial colloquy.
A written order on that ruling?
I put down to do a simple written order.
Thank you.
State, do you know when your information was filed for the most recent one?
We're looking it up now.
I've got one from November 16th of 2020.
I believe that is the only one. I think I don't know that we.
Are you aware of any amended informations, Mr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Are you aware of any amended informations after November 16th of 2020?
We're just double checking to make sure, because it's been a long time.
Yeah. Are you aware?
Is the operative pleading that began this case, was it filed November 16th, 2020 at 4:34 p.m.?
We're just double checking before we confirm.
I'm not, Your Honor.
Yes, and I believe that's the only one.
Okay. All right, Ms. Benefield, the information that we're going to be trying your case under was filed November 16th of 2020 at 4:34 p.m. It has your name and the case number. It has one count: murder in the second degree with a firearm in violation of Florida statutes 782.04 subsection 2 and Florida Statute 775.087. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but that's what we sometimes refer to as the 1020 life law. That is a life felony, so if you are convicted, you do face up to life in prison. And that information alleges that on September 27th of 2020 in Manatee County, Florida, you did unlawfully by an act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind regardless of human life, although without any premeditated design to affect the death of any particular individual, kill one Douglas Benefield, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm, and during the commission of said offense, the defendant did actually possess a firearm, did discharge the firearm, and as a result of the discharge, death was inflicted upon Douglas Benefield, contrary to, again, 782.04 subsection 2 and 775.087. So, ma'am, I'll have some questions for you. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right, and the microphone's kind of close to you. Just make sure you speak in a loud, clear voice so it picks everything up. Do you understand the charge against you, ma'am?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, when the veneer panel is brought in and I have all 70 people, near the beginning, I will read the charge to them. I typically just read the heading. So I would say the case you're here for, or the state has accused Ms. Benefield of murder in the second degree with a firearm. I don't read the body of the information. Do you want me to read the body of the information?
No.
I don't read the enhancements. I don't read the statute numbers. I just tell them this is the charge. Okay? I will ask on the Monday when we get here, first thing, that each side has a list of witnesses that they intend to call and to provide that to the court. I'm the one who reads the names of the witnesses to the veneer panel. So if you type them out, that's fine. If you handwrite them, just make sure they're legible. If it's an unusual name or I might need phonetic spelling, please provide some phonetic spelling for me. I don't say these are state witnesses or defense witnesses. I just read them, just one long list of potential witnesses. All right, evidentiary issues beyond those we've already talked about. State, we are going to have, I assume you're going to use some of the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos.
Yes.
Are they the same ones that I've already seen?
I believe
You can remain, please, you'll remain seated for this. It's just us talking.
habit. I believe the autopsy photos will probably be exactly the same. And the crime scene, it will be more crime scene photos, but if you're asking about ones of the body, then
Yes.
I believe those will be the same.
Okay.
And we'll have those ready on Monday morning, Your Honor.
Right, and I want everybody to take a look at those. How about, is there any crime through scene walkthroughs that are videotaped?
No.
And no body cam. This will be body cam.
Some body cam? All right. Any of that body cam that will be of the...
Body cam. Sorry.
Oh, no body cam. I apologize. I'm
Free
sorry.
body cam. Yeah.
I apologize. All right, so Mr. Taylor, certainly any objections you have to the photographs that the state's talking about? Because what happens is, whenever this is all about voir dire, right? That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes in cases, as you're well aware, the crime scene photos, the autopsy photos, the child pornography, the child's, whatever it may be, can be quite shocking to the average person, right? We've dealt with it for years. First responders have dealt with it for years, developed some tolerance to be able to see things and not be as shocked. But I like to hear and I like to know if there's anything that's going to shock the jury, an average person. I didn't find any of the crime scene photos or the autopsy photos to be particularly shocking. So I'm not going to go into a big deal about it, but there's a portion where I talk about with the jurors that, sometimes there can be some evidence or testimony that can be shocking or unsettling. And I talk about setting aside those initial reactions and looking at the evidence and considering the evidence in light. It's kind of, you can imagine what the rest of the conversation goes like. But if there's anything in particular you want me to talk about with them regarding these photos, the state will have them. You're probably well aware of them. Certainly let me know and I can adjust. I have more or less what I say in that particular arena. We handled the redactions earlier for the 911 call. Are there any other redactions that I need to know about?
No.
So, no, but so we can avoid duplication of effort, is the state going to play the 9/11 tape, in which case I'll defer to them to provide me with their redacted version?
Yes and yes. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you weren't playing it.
No, well.
It's called stealing the thunder, Your Honor.
We weren't playing it until it came in. So we will do the redactions and we will give you a copy and a copy of the final transcript to see if you agree that the redactions are done appropriately.
Right, because then, of course, the transcript is not admitted into evidence, as we all know, but I'm just putting this on the record. So if you guys agree on the transcript, you'll have to let me know ahead of time, make sure copies are ready, and remind me to read the limiting instruction.
Okay, and the
edited recording instruction.
Edited recording.
I assume the copies are made so that the jurors can follow the audio as it's played.
Right. And I have
it's taken back.
Yes, I give the instruction. I think I've modified the standard just slightly, where I tell them, I don't think the standard instruction says, hey, we're giving you this, it's to assist you. However, the actual recording is the evidence. I added a little bit to it because I wanted them to know when we're done, I'm taking those transcripts back. They will not go back with you. So it's an extra sentence. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And are we okay with the way the transcript is now? I mean, if we take out everything that the court has ruled,
changes that were ordered, yes.
Then we would agree on the transcript with the changes that are ordered.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, subject to objections that I'm sure you're both going to have, right? Because on that transcript, I ruled for you and against both of you. So subject to objections that you're both still going to have to the rulings I've made,
right?
We'll get a transcript done that matches that.
That I think we all agree on, subject to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, please make sure your exhibits are pre-marked. Any exhibits you intend to introduce, I am not one that cares about state your numbers and defense your letters. I don't care. As long as each exhibit that you introduce says plaintiff, state or defense exhibit, it is numbered or lettered so that each individual item of evidence is separately identified and clearly identifiable from every other piece of evidence. So if you're going to have 3A through F as a composite, it's not just 3. I want 3A, 3B, 3C on every single one.
Does the court have a preference of where it wants the exhibit attached? That is to say, sometimes they're on the back, sometimes they're on the front.
I'll leave that to your discretion. Just make sure it doesn't obscure anything that might be important, not just to you, but to the other side. And I'm just going to use this as this is a crazy example. It's just the first one that comes to mind. It's one of the reasons I hate anecdotes, because sometimes the one that comes to mind isn't a good example. But let's say there's a document that was going to come in from CPT. It's a crazy example. Please just listen. And remember how earlier you were in your motion, you had that stamp, and they stamp each page saying that it's privileged pursuant to this statute. Don't put your sticker over that. But if it's something where, the sticker might obscure part of a photograph you want to use, I'm fine if it's on the back. If it's on the front, it doesn't matter.
And for purposes of marking, a lot of times, as the court knows, the way things unfold are not necessarily the way they're planned.
Yep.
In addition, exhibits sometimes come in on cross-examination rather than direct. So my practice is I'll have them stickered, but I will number it as it occurs
rather than number it beforehand.
However you want to do it. It's just too many times people show up on Monday morning or Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, and there's, you know how hectic things are, trying to get the jury, no matter what day it is, and there's 57 exhibits and none of them are marked, and the clerks, no. It needs to be done and ready before we get here. Okay, and of course, make sure that all of your exhibits are shared with the other side and provide any objections. I would hope that I've demonstrated I am familiar with the Florida Evidence Code and the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, particularly those regarding discovery. I'm familiar with the case law regarding discovery in the state of Florida. We are an open discovery state. Trial by ambush is frowned upon and will be dealt with very quickly if it is not pursuant to the rule or the law. That is whether it's witnesses or evidence or exhibits, certainly testimony. We just had an example last week or the week before where some testimony came out in a trial that I don't think anybody was expecting, and that happens. But to the extent that it's evidence, exhibits, whatever it may be, photographs, emails, reports, documents, if you intend to use it, it needs to be shared with the other side. Any stipulations?
Judge, we have a stipulation as to, and it will be in writing, to Dr. Vega. Well, we've already done that stipulation, right? Dr. Vegas, it's already signed, and yes, we are going to have one as to ID of the victim, and there potentially may be other stipulations, but we'll have those in writing. If we
Okay. All right. Yeah, just if you can have those done and ready. What's going to happen, Ms. Benefield, is your attorney and Mr. Taylor is going to get with the state. Stipulations are agreements. Sometimes they're verbal, right? An oral agreement, stipulation, but they're preferably at trial when people are going to admit to or agree on certain facts. That needs to be in writing. Your attorney will go over it with you. Then the state and Mr. Taylor will sign it, and then you'll sign it, just acknowledging you understand that this fact has been established via the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Schedule for the trial is, and this is a little bit getting ahead, is I'm hoping to get the jury selected on Monday. I'll go over the details on that in just a minute. It's a little bit further down. And just try the case. The first week, just for your knowledge, the first week I will have Wednesday bond hearings at 8:30 a.m. And it all depends on how many I have. A lot of times I'm done by 9. The following week, the second week, Wednesday, I have bond hearings at 8:30. And then right after that at 9, I've got case management conferences. And last time I looked, there was about 40 cases on there, which can take an hour to an hour and a half. Now, that's with the proviso that obviously if we're going and there's other judges available to jump in and cover those things, they will. But I wanted to let you guys know that those are possibilities because they are on my schedule right now.
Otherwise, we'll start at 8:30.
Yes. Otherwise, I start at 8:30. I'll generally ask the jurors to be downstairs in the jury assembly room at 8:30 a.m. As long as we can get our stuff together and get moving, then get them up here by 8:45 and start with whatever we left off with. That's a good segue into witnesses need to be here and ready to go. I understand that may mean witnesses are piled up outside, just sitting and waiting, but that's the nature of the beast. So if I look at you and I say, all right, state, call your next witness, and the answer is, well, we didn't plan well and they're going to be here in 30 minutes, you may have just rested your case. Witnesses need to be here and ready to go absent some sort of emergency.
So
Just to remind the court, I have earlier told the court that one of the witnesses has surgery scheduled on the first
Thursday
of August. And I have several out-of-state witnesses. Another one has a bit of a conflict. We're doing our best to get everything worked out. But unlike having all the witnesses here locally, I may need the court's understanding. Believe me, I want things to proceed smoothly, and I will make every effort to do so.
My answer to that is we are going to ask a group of people to give up at least a week of their time and perhaps several days into a second week, if not the full second week. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes. I think it is a small measure to make sure that we are ready to go with witnesses so we don't have any unnecessary delays. So if people are coming in from out of state, bring them in. We're absent this case getting continued last minute for some unforeseeable reason, because it sounds like we're still on track. They need to be ready to go.
Not much I can do about surgery, Your Honor.
Understood. Now, with that, though, 90.612, I think it's 90.612 allows the court to control the manner, mean, mode of presentation of evidence. So, and I have always found, at least in this area, the attorneys to be flexible. If somebody needs to be called out of turn,
absolutely,
I don't think there'd be any fussing by the state to do that, to accommodate a surgical schedule, of course. But remains to be seen. But no, everybody needs to be ready and get going. I tend to, when we start in the morning, 8:30, 8:45, depending on what we have to do, I will take a lunch break, of course. I try and do mid-morning or mid-afternoon breaks, really communicating with the jury about how they're doing. You'll also hear me at one point tell the jury that in between witnesses or during bench conferences, this is usually early on whenever we have our first somewhat of a delay, I'll tell the jury that feel free to put your notes on your chair if you need to stand up and stretch a little bit. I'll usually joke that obviously there's no room for yoga or calisthenics, but if they need to get up and stretch, and that takes care of a lot of that problem. But I tend to do mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, comfort breaks, and then I really try and finish around 5 or 5:30. And I'll explain all this to the jury. I'm just telling you, I'm going into more detail, Mr. Taylor, because you haven't tried a case in front of me yet. Letting that jury know that I try to stop around 5 or 5:30. Of course, it depends on a witness. If we're in the middle of a witness, I'm not going to stop everything cold turkey and make everybody come back. We'll generally finish that witness and then come back the next day. I have a whole section on motions, what's been heard and what hasn't heard, but I think that we've covered that. All right, the veneer, as I've told you, is going to be 70. And the way it's lined up, what will happen, obviously, defense, you'll be over at this table, state will be over here, and you'll be on the opposite sides on my side facing out towards the panel. It starts right over here in this first row, right where my deputy is sitting, to the left, our left of the courtroom. That's seat number 1. And it goes through approximately 7 or 8 on the first row. And then, 8 through, I think, 13, and then 14. So it goes on back this way. I think we usually get to about the mid-30s with that last seat. Oh, we also sometimes will bring in chairs like you guys are sitting in. If it gets a bit crowded for some reason, we'll bring in chairs and put them at the end of the row so some people get comfy chairs. And then we'll start over here. It's usually the mid to high 30s. Again, goes left to right.
First row.
Yes, sir. That starts usually the mid to high 30s right there to about 43 or 44 and just keeps going back. Usually 70 is about 3/4 of the way down on that last row. Again, depending on spacing, if everybody on our panel is my size, we take a little bit more space. All right. The jury is obviously 6. That'll be the panel. I am contemplating 3 alternates, but I'm open to discussion on that. If I was really confident we were just going to be done this the first week, I'd probably just take 2. I'm thinking 3 alternates just to be safe. But State,
I think that sounds reasonable. Do the length of the trial.
Mr. Taylor?
I think 3 should do it, Your Honor.
All right, so it'll be 6 plus 3.
How does the court number in the box?
Numbering. Oh, I don't care. They can sit wherever they want to sit.
Do you require them to return to the seat that they pick each time they come back in?
No, but they do.
We always do.
Yeah, it's weird how that happens. I tell you what, the thing, well, you've done this enough. It's interesting. It tends to then also separate, men and women. I don't know. They just kind of take their own rows. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. But no, I don't require them to sit in a particular seat, and they can move around, but they don't.
So you have the alternates mixed in as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It'll just be however they come out and sit down the first time. Usually that's how they end up. They will have notepads, and we have court-provided notepads and pens.
You add chairs for the 3 alternates?
No. We use both rows.
Oh, it's right, we're 6.
Yes. Yeah.
Never mind.
We're not going to have 15. We're going to have 9 people sitting. I think there's 14 chairs? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. There's another one we can put right there. So there's plenty of room for 9. The way I do alternates is once we all agree on the 6, then we'll start over with the alternates. Each side gets 1 peremptory per alternate. And it goes the same way, state, defense, until we get our alternates. The peremptory strikes, I believe, are 10. Somebody want to be heard on that?
No. Court allows back striking?
I have to. It's required. Now, here's what's going to happen, though. After we go through this whole process and you've got your 6 and you've got your 3, I don't just mean you, I mean the generic you. We've got that. I'm going to confirm multiple times with both sides that is our group. And then the deputies are going to bring in that group. They're going to be put, with 9 of them, in this first row or in the second row, and they're going to be sworn in. And then I'll give them some preliminary instructions and send them away. So I am required by law to permit backstriking. But once we get towards the end, you better speak up, because when I bring them in, they're getting sworn in. I do allow note-taking by jurors, but I do not allow juror questions during the trial. Certainly after trial, they may ask them, and we'll see. All right, for the jury selection, State, how long are you asking for?
Oh, can we put a pin in that one? Because Miss O'Donnell will be picking the jury, and she just had to go to the restroom, so she should be back on the chair.
All right.
Sorry, good. I thought I could handle it. That's my question.
All right, we'll skip that one for right now. On the pretrial publicity, I have which is, of course, one of the first things we're going to deal with. We're going to deal with the first thing in the morning, hardships and publicity. My intention, in order to not cause any difficulties with the entire panel, is just ask who's heard of this case or has read anything about it or heard anything about it, whether it's been online or in the news or wherever it might be. Have them raise their, I use paddles. I don't know if I said that. I have paddles with numbers, and refer to the numbers during jury selection. It just makes it so much easier for everybody, as opposed to having, on a panel this size, we'll have 2 Mrs. Smiths or 3 Mrs. Smiths. Refer to juror 46, 15, and it's clean. What I'm going to do is we'll have them raise their paddles, those of you who have heard or think they have, and we'll make those notes. I will have already handled, hopefully, the hardships, the ones that say, I've got surgery, I've got plane tickets, whatever it might be. At that point, my intention is to those that don't have hardships and don't have prior knowledge, excuse them until 1:30. Tell them to meet back downstairs at 1:15 in the jury assembly room at 1:15. Deputies will bring them up. The remaining group is then going to be taken to another courtroom where they'll be held here on the 6th floor, and then we'll call them in individually. And listen, I'm throwing all this out there. You all have done these big cases before. I contemplated bringing them in parties of 5. Let's say that 45 or 50 of them we keep back, right, to make it move faster. But I kind of settled on individual. However, I'm happy to hear from either side if you think we should do groups of 5 or 3 or 10. State.
I would say individual. The only caveat to that would be if you wanted to bring 5 in and then we bring one person up to the bench, but we'd be doing all the conversation at the bench.
Yeah, and I don't like that. When I bring in jurors in, I have them sit right here in the front row. You guys are right there. I'm right here. Everybody can hear. I turn the gallery mics on. What I found is it helps people speak more freely about what their issues may be.
And these are the hardships?
Both. These are the hardships and the knowledge.
Okay.
Now, I tell you what, maybe hardships we could do as a group.
Right. We could, and I apologize, I missed that, but we could do the hardships as a group. I think the media and the knowledge would be the thing that needs to be individual.
With respect to hardships, does the court excuse for financial hardship?
It all depends. I have in the past, and I've denied in the past.
Okay.
So it all depends on the particular circumstances. Okay, so good thought. Right now, we'll plan on hardships we brought back as a group. The knowledge folks, we'll just call them, will remain in the other courtroom sequestered until we bring them back individually. What I started with was how much state do you want? How much time for jury selection?
I generally do not go over maybe an hour and a half.
All right, defense?
I would like to think that would be sufficient for us as well.
And I'm being clear, I'm not counting the initial stuff whenever we're doing the hardships and the people with knowledge. I'm talking about once we have, I don't know what we call it, the final veneer panel, the final group, and we come back at 1:30 to really get into the meat and the substance, 90 minutes each. I think based upon what I know about this case, that's a reasonable amount of time for each side. Okay, this is me talking. If you need a portion of the law or instructions read, please ask the court to do so. If you have it handy, that'll be great. It makes it easier for you to say, I want to talk about this now. Judge, would you please read this instruction? If it's a jury instruction, obviously, and it's going to be, I'll give you an example because this is a self-defense case. That's the entire issue. If you want to start reading the self-defense instruction, the current, or the most recent version that came out, I think it was in May. Was it January?
Recently.
Whatever it was. It's recently. There was a complete rewrite, and it's voluminous. We may have to have a discussion of, is this if you're just looking at the standard, is this what's going to come in? Because there may or may not be portions of the standard jury instruction that are given. No soliloquies. This is not opening and it is not closing. You should be asking questions and not going on and on and on as a question setup. Make sure you're asking questions. No golden rule violations, either explicitly or implicitly. Explicitly is asking the jury to put themselves in the shoes of another. Implicitly is using examples that make the jury or the jury member the victim or the defendant in a scenario. I'm going to ask that you avoid hypotheticals. If you intend to use a hypothetical during your jury selection, let's bring it up now, or you need to bring it up Monday morning. I'd prefer to do it now, sometime before, so we can talk about it. If your question starts with, what would your verdict be if, let's say, or what if, It's probably a hypothetical. Do not ask if given a set of facts, the jury would find somebody guilty or not guilty. Do not use criminal charges to illustrate a point. Obviously, you can use the law of this case to ask about the juror's ability to follow the law. Do not ask the panel to apply an affirmative defense to a set of facts. Yes, sir.
Can we go back to the court's statement about what would your verdict be if?
Yes.
Part of my voir dire revolves around the presumption of innocence and presenting to the jurors a scenario upon which to draw the application of the presumption of innocence. Understanding that, then, I will ask them, so if, for example, you were to be told, okay, you have to reach your verdict now, what would your verdict be? And surprisingly, way too often, they don't understand, and the response is, well, we haven't heard any testimony. Is the court saying that that's prohibited?
Do I have good news for you? My voir dire portion takes about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
You know, some judges do very little and some judges do quite a bit. I am fairly active. When we actually get to that point, I discuss three very important legal concepts with the jury, which they've probably heard, and I'm sort of paraphrasing from what I read, which they've probably heard many times before on television or in the movies or in the news. Those three concepts are the right to remain silent, the presumption of innocence, and the burden of proof. Under the presumption of innocence, I will say, oftentimes I hear panels such as yours asked during jury selection, if you were sent back to the jury room right now, before any evidence is presented, what would your verdict be? The answer is invariably, I couldn't find the defendant guilty or not guilty because I've not heard or seen any evidence. Judge, you just told me that. And I say, however, because our laws are clear on the presumption of innocence, the answer in that situation is that you would have to find the defendant not guilty because the state has not presented any evidence and the presumption of innocence compels a finding of not guilty. And I asked them, does everybody understand this presumption of innocence? Does everyone agree with this presumption of innocence applying to Miss Benefield?
And what about, Your Honor, if they go back into the jury room for deliberations and they're not sure about what happened? That they have some questions indicative of the state not meeting its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Does the court, one of the things that I have found, Judge, it's rare that the jurors are going to acknowledge anything other than a nod of their head in response to the court telling them, okay, this is the presumption of innocence. But it's quite another thing for the lawyer when he's up there to ask them, have they ever seen a police car by the side of the road with somebody in the back seat? What's the first thing you thought? And the hands will go up and they'll say, gee, I wonder what they did. And of course, that, in contrast to the presumption of innocence, is completely inconsistent.
I have allowed that one. When somebody has wanted to use that particular one, if it stops there and just talks about the presumption of innocence, is that the person hasn't done anything until it's been proven beyond. If it's along those lines, I've allowed that one in the past.
So I will try not to repeat unless I think it's something significant, and if it's inappropriate.
And what you're talking about when they can't reach a verdict, I think that one I've seen asked, and how you're probably intending to do it is, if you're a lone holdout, are you going to give in? Or are you the kind of person that's, going to advocate for your beliefs?
Well, I asked that also. That's just not being intimidated by the majority. But my concern in this case, Judge White,
the presumption of innocence is basically a requirement that they say, I am prepared to start this trial believing that the shooting was justified. Now, state, prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not. Because that's what the trial is about. Ultimately, it's self-defense and was the shooting justified, and that's the instruction the court's going to give. So I would like to be able, within reason, to explain that to them and to present that to them as part of the presumption of innocence and the burden being on the state.
All I can say is this, if you're going to use a hypothetical, I want to hear about it ahead of time. Now, you may have used hypotheticals perfectly and it always goes off without a hitch. That is not my experience. My experience with hypotheticals is it misleads and confuses the jury, and that it is oftentimes not a good analogy to try and get a point across versus just saying, this is the law, will you follow it? That is just be direct.
All right, well, I will try to be as clear as I can. I generally don't give hypotheticals, but I would present the justification issue like I just suggested so that they appreciate and understand this isn't really a murder case. I mean, we're not going to dispute that he was shot and killed. The issue is, was the force used justifiable?
Correct.
All right.
All right, jury instructions. I'm thinking back. I know I looked through the jury instructions that the defense handed up. Was that just the self-defense or was it the entire set? I think I just asked for the self-defense instruction.
You asked for self-defense, and we included in that self-defense all of the statutes we felt the court obligated to charge.
Right. So state, usually how the state does it is they prepare the standard jury instructions. So Ms. Benefield, what you need to make sure you speak with your attorneys about regarding jury instructions, and sometimes people think of jury instructions as an afterthought. Okay, well, and especially as lawyers, like, of course we know the law. We've dealt with this. You know, how many homicides have you defended or prosecuted over here? But the jury instructions are important because here's what the jury does. The jury is going to sit in the jury box and listen. They're going to listen to the testimony. They're going to see the exhibits. That's evidence, right? And then I'm going to instruct them on the law. That's the jury instructions where the court says, this is the law in the state of Florida. They're going to hear the arguments of the attorneys, and they need to take all of that. They need to apply the law, the facts that they find have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and making determinations of credibility, and apply that to the law and render a fair and impartial verdict. So jury instructions are incredibly important. Make sure you take time and speak with your attorney about that. I'm sure you have, but I'm saying it for the record as well to make sure you spend time on that. What you're going to see is the murder in the second degree with a firearm has two different kinds of what we call lesser included offenses. And what I will instruct the jury is there's an instruction, you may have seen it already, and it essentially says, members of the jury, even if you think the state has not proven the main crime with which the defendant is charged has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, there may be lesser included crimes that have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The lesser included crimes encompassed by the charge of murder in the second degree with a firearm. I'm pretty sure it's just manslaughter, isn't it?
Yes.
The manslaughter by act.
Yeah.
So what you're going to see on that list is category 1 and category 2. Category 1 lesser includeds are what we call mandatory, and they are supposed to be given in every case in which that main charge is tried. There's times when it isn't, but it's fairly rare. So that'll be category 1 will be manslaughter. However, if you look at the second column, it's category 2, which we also call permissive lesser included offenses. What that means is If in the charging document, certain facts are alleged that would support the elements of one of those category 2 lessers, and there's been sufficient evidence presented at trial to support that lesser included, then maybe you could ask for those. So talk with your attorney. There are pluses and minuses, benefits and drawbacks for asking for lesser includeds when they fit within the information and with the facts. Sometimes the strategy may be, hey, this is all or nothing. We only want the murder in the second degree and the mandatory manslaughter. We want no lesser includeds. It's all or nothing. And sometimes the decision may be, well, we want to give the jury some options. Maybe we'll argue that I'm not guilty of this and this, but maybe concede something lesser to give them something if they want to fall back on. That will be completely up to you and your attorneys whether you ask for those category 2 lesser includeds or not. Does that all make sense?
I believe so.
Does Your Honor give any preliminary statement about lesser included to the jury before the trial commences? Because we would request that the court not do.
No, I don't, unless I read 2.1, the standard preliminary, that with a few very minor edits. But no, I don't think anywhere in there does it talk about lesser includeds. No.
We have some case law that when the time comes to discuss the jury charge, that we feel is an all or nothing, including the mandatories that they do not have to be given.
Sure. We won't get to that now, but make sure, and I'm sure Mr. Taylor is very thorough and he'll go over all that with you. What you're going to find is when we actually really start digging into these jury instructions, especially the self-defense, which always takes forever, ma'am, you're going to be sitting over there with your attorney and you're going to have your own set, or you guys are going to be sharing a set, and I'm going to go through each one. And the reason I'm going to be asking you most of my questions, did you read this? Do you understand it? Do you have any questions about it? Is because Mr. Taylor, as you've just heard, has seen these jury instructions probably 400 times or more. I'm sure the state is at or near 100. I'm over 100 jury trials. So we're very familiar with these. I want to make sure that you have seen them and understand them because they're so important to the case. All right? And then so make sure you discuss that, because if you decide that, hey, we want to make an argument not even to have the mandatory lesser included of manslaughter, that'll be a conversation we're going to have, and you're going to have to agree on the record that that's what you want. And of course, I'll hear from the state. You don't have to respond now. All right, under 2.1, the preliminary instruction, do you want me to read that bolded paragraph about right to remain silent?
Yes.
All right. Also, under 2.1, I have crafted, every area is different around the state. Some places defense always makes an opening, and some places they reserve a lot more. So I crafted an alternate ending to 2.1 that talks about if you're going to reserve on your opening, instead of the standard instruction, I end with, at this time, the state is going to give its opening statement. The defendant, as she is allowed to do, is going to reserve her opening statement for a later time. It just tells the jury, hey, this is not unusual, right? Because every movie, every TV show you see, it's state defense, state defense. And I just want to let them know. So do you know if you're going to give?
Yes.
All right.
I would never waive an opening.
All right. If you're not going to reserve on opening, then I'll just read the regular 2.1. Finally, this is for you, Mr. Taylor, on concessions of guilt. If you intend to concede all or part of any elements of the alleged offense or any lesser included offenses, please notify the court for further inquiry with your client regarding her understanding and consent to that concession of guilt. As we did this morning, if you prefer that inquiry with your client be done in camera to preserve trial strategy, that can certainly be done. All right, general rules I have: no crosstalk. Make sure you're speaking to the court at all times. No speaking objections. If you stand to object, I want to hear objection and then a short and plain statement setting forth the bases of your objection, or ask to approach. If you are going to impeach, it is imperative that you impeach correctly. If you're going to impeach with a prior inconsistent statement, if you are going to rehabilitate with a prior consistent statement, if you are going to impeach with prior convictions, whatever it is, you must be familiar with the rules. You must be familiar with the case law. You have to know the difference between impeachment with a prior inconsistent statement and refreshing recollection. They are different predicates. They have different purposes. Know the difference. If you are introducing past recollection recorded, that is different than refreshing recollection. Lay the proper predicate for what you are trying to do. On the impeachment of the prior inconsistent statements, as you begin the setup for that predicate, if it's written somewhere, you need to just look over to opposing counsel and say, June 23rd deposition, page 6, line 24. So they can start looking while you are laying your predicate, because they're going to have and I'm pointing at the state because it's typically, how it works, because they have the right, as you're laying that predicate, to say, hey, this is not material. Hey, the answer that was given here, where they're going to try and impeach with a prior inconsistent statement, is not truly inconsistent. Hey, the witness said, I don't know, or I don't recall, which this is not a prior inconsistent statement under the law. So just give an indication of where you're going to be impeaching from. And then opening. How much time do you think you need for opening?
Usually about a half an hour at the most, but.
Mr. Taylor?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. I don't think that is unreasonable, given the facts of this case. All right, Ms. Benefield, as we know, I've placed you under oath. I do want to ask, and I'll have to ask some of these questions again Monday, just to make sure. But are you presently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or controlled substances?
No, Your Honor.
Are you taking any prescribed medications?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any prescription medications that you have that you are not taking?
No, Your Honor.
Are you presently suffering from any mental health issues?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been treated in the past for any mental health issues?
I think the facts of this case establish that pretty clearly.
These are competency questions. I'm not going to start going into detail. I just want to make sure that she's competent to make a.
I can assure the court Ms. Benefield is competent. I have no reason to question it.
All right, let me ask this next question. Do you feel that your mind is clear and you're able to understand why we're here today and what we're doing?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Has anybody forced you, threatened you, or coerced you to take this case to trial?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody made any promises or guarantees to you by anyone to get you to take this to trial? That is, has anybody promised you anything about the jury's verdict, the sentence that could be imposed, any benefits, any drawbacks? Has anybody made you any promises or guarantees in any way, shape, or form about this case or the outcome of this case to get you to take it to trial?
No, Your Honor.
I've gone over the charge that you're facing, murder in the second degree with a firearm. Now, the next series of questions, I am not in it. I don't want to know anything about the specifics about what you've talked about with Mr. Taylor or any other of the legal professionals you've been dealing with. These are just confirming you've had these opportunities. Have you had the chance to discuss your case and the charge with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has he answered all of the questions you've asked about the charge you're facing and the case, the state's case against you?
I believe so, Your Honor.
And you wanted to take your case to trial?
I suppose so, Your Honor.
There's no severance or bifurcation. Have you reviewed your criminal punishment code score sheet? Have you seen that yet?
It's not. She has not.
Okay, do you have a copy?
I do not, Judge. I don't think that I've done one, but it would be at the bottom of the guidelines, somewhere around 21 years.
And I might remind Your Honor that at a previous hearing, the court advised her as to the exposure that she has.
All right, and that's what this is to get to. Ultimately, if we get further down the road, there's any objections to the criminal punishment code score sheet, just let me know. All right, so I don't know the total sentence points, the bottom of the guidelines yet, but we have discussed, and Ms. Benefield, I'm sure you understand that if you are convicted of this offense as charged, the court would have no discretion but to sentence you to a minimum mandatory of 25 years, and it could be up to life.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This was covered previously. And I think to go back over it again now is intimidating to my client.
Oh, I'm certainly not intending that at all. Ma'am, do you understand the maximum penalty you face? I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand minimum mandatories?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State, have you received any offers from the defense to resolve this matter?
No.
Have you made any plea offers?
No.
All right. Ms. Benefield, if there's any plea offers that you want your attorney to make to the state, please do that as soon as possible. You do have three options. Did I go over the three options? Trial, open plea, or I don't recall going over it. So let me just mention, ma'am, you do have three main options whenever you're in a situation such as this. One is you can try and work out a plea agreement with the state. That would be where you and your attorney negotiate with the state to try and come up with an agreeable resolution. Your other option is to plea straight up or open to the court. Some people say throw yourself on the mercy of the court. And then, of course, a trial, and that could be a jury trial or a bench trial. And at this point, we are set to select a jury on Monday in this case. All right, ma'am, so you've had a chance to discuss the case with your attorney. Have you reviewed all the discovery that we talked about? Is there anything that's surprising that you haven't heard about? Have you reviewed everything that you have, Mr. Taylor, with her?
I can tell the court we have kept our client advised as to all of the evidence and discussed the case with her.
Perfect.
I'm a little concerned some of these questions are intruding on the attorney-client relationship.
If you object to them, that's just fine. My intent is to make sure that the defendant is freely, intelligently, voluntarily taking this case to trial. And they understand because, in 3850s, they come back and they say, I didn't know I could get life in this case. Nobody ever told me I faced a minimum mandatory. Nobody ever told me that the state was scoring death points. Nobody ever, wait a minute, I told my attorney to communicate this plea offer. What do you mean, state? You never heard of it. And this obviates all of those concerns.
I understand, but like I said, Your Honor has already advised her as to the penalties.
All right. Is there any discovery outstanding, Mr. Taylor, that would require a motion to compel?
No, sir.
All right. I'm going to continue to be asked these questions because they're designed to, as I said, obviate the issues that I have found over my career to be common 3850 issues. That is, my attorney never showed me the probable cause affidavit, never showed me the witness statements. I never reviewed any of the depositions, and my attorney never told me what the depositions said or what the witnesses had to say.
I don't have any problem with those questions being addressed to me, Your Honor.
Okay. And I just make a note, Ms. Benefield is here. I want to be very clear that I'm trying to avoid those issues in the future. So, Mr. Taylor, have you've reviewed all the discovery with her? You've provided her copies of depositions. You've allowed her to listen to audio recordings. Anything that you've received, you've provided to your client or gone over it with her. Is that correct?
I have thoroughly prepared my client for trial in this matter. She has no outstanding objections to that preparation. She is well aware of her exposure, and she has confidence in who she has selected to represent her, and we're ready to go.
All right. Then this is a generic question. I don't want to know names or times or dates, but to the extent that your client has provided you with any evidence, exhibits, or witnesses, you have fully investigated those, and you've either determined to use those at a trial or you've eliminated them from consideration.
We are well aware of the consequences of this trial and have endeavored to put our case together as well as possible, which included ruling out anything unfavorable and pursuing everything favorable.
All right, ma'am, as I mentioned to your attorney before, as part of the trial strategy, you and your attorney may choose to concede all or part of one or more elements of the charge against you or the lesser included offenses. I just ask that if you discuss that, Mr. Taylor will certainly bring it to my attention, but you have every right to, and I want to make sure that you understand that those concessions are being made. Certainly stipulations of fact, you're going to sign those, so that won't be an issue. But if there's any concessions, let me know ahead of time. If it needs to be in camera, I'll be happy to do that.
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. So at this trial, we're going to have a jury, as you heard. It'll be the 6 jurors plus the 3 alternates. Each side will have 10 strikes, peremptory strikes. And I'm sure your attorney is going to talk about cause challenges and peremptory challenges. I do talk about that a little bit more during the actual, or right before the actual jury selection process. So I'll explain that then. The state's going to be required to prove your guilt on this charge or any lesser included offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. Any affirmative defenses, such as self-defense, will be your obligation to present competent, substantial evidence of those. Then the burden will shift back to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that those affirmative defenses don't apply or shouldn't be applied. If there's any witnesses that you want to appear in court, you certainly have the right and the ability to compel their attendance through the power of a subpoena. Mr. Taylor, I'm sure you've issued subpoenas already. And if there's more or others, ma'am, please work with your attorney on that. He can issue subpoenas to them to call them to court. If they fail or refuse to appear, you'll have the power of the court through contempt proceedings or orders to show cause and contempt proceedings to compel them to appear. Through your attorney, you'll have every right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses against you. And ultimately, and we're going to talk much more about this later, I have an entire conversation we'll have about whether you want to testify or not testify. And that's one of the most fundamental and basic rights that you have under both the Florida and the federal Constitution, is not to be a witness in this matter. As you'll see and hear me say later on, the state cannot call you as a witness, and you cannot be compelled to testify. And I will instruct the jury multiple times during jury selection, during the preliminary instructions, during the final and the closing instructions. They're going to be told multiple times that you do not have to testify, and they cannot hold that against you in any way, and it can't let it affect their verdict in any way. Ultimately, the decision whether to testify or not will be your decision and your decision alone after you speak with your attorneys. And we'll have that conversation once the state has rested its case, and as the defense is or isn't presenting its case, we'll have a longer conversation. All right, ma'am, did you understand all of that, everything we talked about?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for me that I can answer before I finish up for today?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
Okay. If you had questions, would you ask them? That's all I ask. believe it or not, some people are nervous and they're scared to ask questions. And when I'm taking a plea, I'll say this. If you have any questions, and that's what I'll say. If you have questions, would you ask them? Because I want to make sure that you feel comfortable that if you have them, you'll ask them.
Most likely, Your Honor, she would direct that to me, and I would in turn ask the court.
Sure. Okay. Is there anything else? Now, I've got a check mark next to everything that I had on my list. Did we get it all?
I have just two very brief things for the court.
Of course.
Not to offend the court, but I am considering, and I will address it later this afternoon, a potential writ of cert based on the court's decision to not allow Mr. O'Keefe to assist me. And as a result, if the court would consider with some alacrity reducing that to a written order, one sentence is fine, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
The second question I have is a lot more mundane. When approximately does the court like to take its breaks in the morning and the afternoon? And how long does the court generally break for lunch?
Oh, okay. The mid-morning, mid-afternoon breaks, I call them the comfort breaks. They're usually happening around, somewhere between 9:45 and 10:15, and they're 15 minutes. The lunch break really depends on how things are going. It can be anywhere from 1 full hour to an hour and a half.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
You know what I didn't rule on, though, on your request for Mr. O'Keefe to sit at counsel table? You had mentioned, and I completely forgot to address this, and I'm glad you said that, brought that back up. You had also argued paragraph 11 of your request was the only viable option. Otherwise, would be for Ms. Benefield to submit a declaration of indigency and have the court appoint co-counsel. There is no case law or basis for that in the motion, in the request, and I didn't hear any argued today. I am without knowledge of, and I could have sworn the statute specifically says that the public defender shall not represent someone who is represented by privately retained counsel. I've got it in my head that that's somewhere in the statute. Maybe I read that in the JAC.
That's accurate.
Okay. So denied on that point as well. Sit there. Okay, does that take care of everything for today?
I'm done.
All right, so unless I hear from you differently, I will see you 8:30 right here Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
And do you anticipate we're going to be in this courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't know if we were going to move to 4. Someone said because of the technology. I just don't know how to use courtroom 4 yet. So.
And I want this as part of the record. Madam Court Reporter, I offer my sincerest apologies. We didn't take a break, and you have been going for multiple hours. I sincerely apologize, and I thank you so much for everything you do. My bad. She's going to yell at me as soon as we get in the home, which she should.
Okay. He's not disabled, Rebecca. What it is his age. He doesn't feel like he can properly represent. Well, that was what he's trying to say. He can't properly represent her because he gets tired, and it's a 2-week trial, and he's not up to speed on technology. He's not, there's a lot of those kind of things. He's in his 70s. He's a bit confused. He doesn't feel like... This is from another hearing, by the way. He said all this. Technology, updating Ashley Benefield when she's got questions, being there, listening to testimony, crossing, being direct. so there's a host of things he says he's going to struggle with, which is why he's requesting assistance, should we say. Right, so Monday, there doesn't sound like there'll be any trial on Monday, which is good news. So that's good. Hang on. We just do this quickly because in case if they're still here, I'm not sure if they're still here, and then we'll. No break today, so I couldn't do this till now, so apologies. Thank you so much to Jen and Keith, who bought 3 coffees. Cheese and rice, you're awesome. Thank you, Jen and Keith. You're punching well above your weight there, Keith. Thank you as well to Casey. You are a ray of sunshine. Thank you so much, Casey, for the coffee as well. I do appreciate all of you for that. Right, hang on. So it sounds like jury selection is going to be Monday, so there won't be, I don't think it'll be a trial Monday. Hopefully it'll be a trial Tuesday. So Monday, what I'm going to do is just do Karen Reid. Oh shit, I should go here. I'll just do Karen Reid on Monday with Sean. So probably 1 o'clock, come on. Because they're going to do the afternoon session, 1:30. So I don't see them having a jury on Monday. I will play by ear on Tuesday. If it's ready and there's a jury selected, I'll probably go live on Tuesday anyway and see what happens on that one, and then try and cover it. But yeah, Monday, I'm not covering this Monday because there's nothing to cover. On the off chance that they do select the jury and they might put an hour or two, which I don't think. No, they're not going to do anything Monday. They're not going to do anything Monday. So just Karen Reid on Monday. Tuesday will be probably start of trial. If not, it'll be Wednesday. So we'll go with it as we can. So come and join me Tuesday probably for that. But Monday I will be here for the Karen Reid trial. I am not streaming tomorrow. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I think unless something happens, changes, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Then I'll stream again Thursday. We'll jump back on Thursday morning. Might do some court jumping with Judge Bev. Not Bev. What the fuck? You know the judges, I mean. So might do a bit of that on Thursday and Friday. We'll see. There's a motion out there from the defense regarding the Commonwealth. I did read it quickly. The Glera is covering it. Go and support the Glera. Go and he'll decipher it. I'm sure every streamer is going to decipher it today or tomorrow. So feel free. I'll probably go over it quickly on Thursday or something. So thank you to everyone for being here. I do appreciate it. It's good following today. We're on longer than I thought. We've been here for 6 hours nearly. So I'm starving. I need food. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here and supporting me and this channel. I'm going to put the outro on now. So I'll see you hopefully on Thursday, guys. Probably 8 to 9 o'clock. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm going to take a day off tomorrow unless something changes. And I'll see you all on Thursday. I won't keep you because, as I say, I am Hank Marvin. So thank you for your support, as always, people. And with that, I'm out with you. Peace.
That's